I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Projet de loi.
Bill S-242, an act to amend the Radio Communication Act.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, beginning debate at second reading of Bill C-47, Budget Implementation Act 2023, number 1.
Mr. Sajan for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moves that Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Débat, the Secretary of Parliament.
Debate, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, I think if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for me to split my time with the member for Nepean.
Agreed. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to all my colleagues for that consent. It is my pleasure to rise today to talk about the Budget Implementation Act. Last month, our government released Budget 2023, our Made in Canada plan for a strong middle class, an affordable economy, and a healthy future. It comes at an important moment for our country. Canada's economy has made a remarkable recovery from the COVID recession. Last year, Canada delivered the strongest economic growth in the G7. This is thanks to the hard work, resilience, and ingenuity of Canadians. In fact, there are 865,000 more Canadian workers today than at the start of the pandemic. This shows that our strategy of keeping Canadians healthy and on focusing on a jobs-based recovery is working. In fact, we have recovered over 128% of jobs lost during the pandemic, while the United States has only recovered 115%. In the short term, however, Canada and the world faces several headwinds. We face a slowing global economy, high interest rates, and inflation. While the inflation rate in Canada has been consistently lower than our economic peers, that is cold comfort to Canadians who feel the impact on their pocketbook every single day. It is important that we address these challenges, and fortunately our budget provides a direct response. It delivers billions of dollars to the public health care system, a prudent investment after coming through the most significant healthcare crisis we've faced in over 100 years. We go even further by investing in dental care for millions of Canadians, a measure that has already benefited over 250,000 children under the age of 12. It provides important investments to build Canada's clean economy, creating even more good jobs for the middle class while ushering in a new era of economic prosperity for Canadians. In the future, when nations around the world look for new technology to help combat climate change, they will be able to turn to Canada. It offers a responsible fiscal plan that will allow Canada to preserve the lowest deficit and net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. This means that our country not only enjoys the strongest economic growth, but the strongest balance sheet in the G7, which is why we have retained our AAA credit rating. This allows us to provide new, targeted relief for inflation for those Canadians who need it the most. And I would like to pause here and share my thanks to all members of this House who unanimously supported the Canada Grocery Benefit and the immediate $2 billion health transfer that will help provinces and territories deliver the health services that Canadians deserve. Hear, hear. Despite partisan differences that too often make the highlight reel on the internet or in the media, I am still encouraged and heartened by the fact that we can find ways to come together in this place and support Canadians when they need it the most. Having said that, I would like to highlight measures in the Budget Implementation Act that will make life more affordable for Canadians. In Canada, inflation is coming down. It has actually declined for 9 months in a row. It is currently at 4.3%, and the Bank of Canada predicts it will drop to 2.5% by the end of this year. While it is lower than inflation seen in the United States and Europe and other parts of the world, we all know that it is still too high, and it is still making it difficult for many Canadians to make ends meet and put food on the table. That's why Budget 2023 announced new targeted inflation relief for the most vulnerable Canadians to help support them with the cost of living. The grocery rebate will help 11 million Canadians and families provide support and will also provide hundreds of dollars to over 50% of Canadian seniors. In addition, we're helping the nearly 500,000 students who withdraw funds from their RESP by increasing withdrawal limits from $5,000 to $8,000 for full-time students. We're helping workers by ensuring tradespeople get the equipment they need by doubling the allowable employment deduction for tools. These individuals are critical for building Canada's clean economy and supporting our plan to double the number of new homes built in Canada by 2032. We're cracking down on predatory lending by proposing to lower the criminal interest rate from 47% to 35%, and we're imposing a cap on charges for payday loans. Workers will also benefit from automatic advance payments of the Canada Worker Benefit. This will provide up to an additional $2,461 for a family to help cope with the rising cost of living. In addition, we are increasing the amount Canadians can earn before paying a penny of federal income taxes to $15,000. Since we formed government, that's $3,673 more that you can earn tax-free. Combined with our previous programs such as childcare, the Canada Child Benefit, student grants, and increased investments in retirement security, we're making sure Canadians have the resources they need to cope with global inflation. We are also committed to helping the provinces and territories achieve better health outcomes for Canadians. The $2 billion Canada Health Transfer that was delivered this week will help deliver high-quality, timely health care services that Canadians deserve. This funding will reduce backlogs and wait times for surgeries and will improve service levels in emergency rooms and in pediatric hospitals. This funding builds on the $6.5 billion of one-time Canada Health Transfer top-ups that the Government of Canada has provided throughout the pandemic, as well as the $196 billion we've committed over the next 10 years. This includes a guaranteed increase to the Canada Health Transfer of at least 5% for the next 5 years. With improved data and transparency and more financial resources, we are confident that premiers will have the tools they need to deliver the healthcare services that Canadians expect. The other major investment that Canadians expect is in Canada's plan to grow our clean economy while creating high-paying and sustainable jobs. Budget 2023 builds on over $100 billion of investments in the environment and in fighting climate change to position Canada as a global leader. We are well positioned to meet our emissions targets while creating the net zero technologies that the world will demand. We are doing this through the Canada Growth Fund, through the Canada Innovation Corporation, and by incentivizing investment in Canada's net zero economy. These investments will create thousands of high-paying, sustainable jobs from coast to coast to coast while protecting our environment and fighting climate change at the same time. We also need to fight against money laundering and the financing of terrorist activities. We are proposing to expand the mandate of the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions to include oversight of federally regulated financial institutions to determine if adequate policies and procedures are in place to protect themselves from threats to their integrity and security, including from foreign interference. This will include new compliance and intervention tools available to the Superintendent and to the Minister of Finance, underpinned by strong safeguards. The bill will also improve the sharing of compliance information between FINTRAC, OSFI, and the Minister of Finance. Collectively, these measures will provide oversight to the financial sector and support a healthy and stable Canadian economy. Speaking of stability, this is probably an appropriate time to outline how Budget 2023 will also continue to support the people of Ukraine as they fight for their sovereignty and their democracy and for democracy right around the world. This includes a $2.4 billion loan to the government of Ukraine to support essential services, which brings Canada's commitment to over $8 billion to date. The BIA would amend the customs tariff to extend the withdrawal of the most favored nation preferential tariff from Russia and from Belarus indefinitely. This means the 35% general tariff will apply, placing them in the same category as North Korea. In addition, the Budget Implementation Act would strengthen Canada's ability to pursue the assets of those that have enabled Russia's illegal war and help to finance Ukrainian reconstruction. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 is our government's plan to build a stronger, more sustainable, and more secure Canadian economy that works for everyone. The Budget Implementation Act is a foundational piece of this plan for delivering new, targeted inflation relief for Canadians, to helping with higher prices at the checkout counter, to building our clean economy and creating good jobs. At a challenging time, in a challenging world, these are important investments to secure a bright future for Canadians and ensure there remains no better place to be in the world than in Canada. I implore all honourable members and all Canadians watching this at home to support the speedy passage of this bill so that we can get it working for Canadians as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that I have the pleasure and privilege of working with at the Finance Committee. In the last budget, an element that concerned the Bloc Québécois is the issue of employment insurance and the fund. What we've seen is that the government is choosing to have the deficits of the pandemic paid by workers and the unemployed. $15 billion plus an additional $2 billion last year. What we see in the Budget Implementation Act, tabled yesterday, is that the government is choosing not to do anything in that regard and is having the workers and the unemployed pay for this, getting $17 billion from their pockets for insurance that's not working. How can my honourable colleague justify this decision? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and I appreciate this question. I also appreciate my colleague opposite. I would like to tell his constituents, actually through you, Mr. Speaker, that we had a very elongated technical briefing on the BIA, and this member was the most active member, making sure that he understood the over 400 pages that are involved in the Act. When it comes to employment insurance, I think it's really important that all of us support this institution that was so helpful over the course of the pandemic and continues to be helpful. We've taken care to make sure that we are addressing some of the concerns with regards to EI in the BIA, that's in this particular document. But I would also note that we've also extended employment insurance and some of the benefits that we had during the course of the pandemic through to 2024. And at the same time, we're providing better services at a lower rate than when the Leader of the Opposition was in charge of the file.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, as my colleague knows, as a former municipal councillor himself, like me as a former municipal councillor in Tofino, that municipalities shoulder about a large majority of services and costs. However, they only collect 8% of overall tax revenue. Now, this government just did an agreement with the RCMP that was retroactive to ensure that they get paid more. And we know that our frontline law enforcement deserve to be paid more, that they deserve better training, especially de-escalation training, and ensuring that they get supports when they're injured, especially PTSD. But, Mr. Speaker, the Association of Vancouver Island Municipalities just met in his former hometown of Nanaimo, and they were unanimous, Mr. Speaker, that the federal government needs to come up and support local governments on the downloading of this retroactive funding, because unlike federal governments that can run deficits and provincial governments, municipal governments have to run a balanced budget. So through you, Mr. Speaker, will the federal government get back to the table with FCM and with local governments and make sure that they're not eating the costs of a deal they negotiated without consulting local governments?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member opposite knows, I've been to his riding, and I'm originally from Vancouver Island myself, and actually when I was elected to City Council, I did that on Vancouver Island. And I have actually had a couple of opportunities to interact with the Union of British Columbia Municipalities recently. I was at a housing summit just a number of weeks ago, and in fact, this week on Monday, I was at an announcement with the president of the UBCM announcing $103 million of new federal infrastructure money that's going to over 45 different communities throughout the province. So I think the message is that the federal government is here to support municipal governments. In fact, if you look at our investments since 2015, we have made historic and unprecedented investments that have directly benefited our municipalities. Obviously, the policing arrangements that the member opposite is referring to is negotiated by the federal government, but the cost is burdened by municipalities. I've had an opportunity to meet with police officers both in my riding of Burnaby as well as the District of North Vancouver, and we always take their concerns very seriously.
Reprise de débat. Continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Budget Implementation Act. This is a challenging time in a challenging world. With every challenge comes an opportunity. It is in this context I speak on this Budget Implementation Act. There are two main things in this budget for me. The first is that we will ensure Canadians that Canadians can continue to count on us for being them and with our continued support to all vulnerable Canadians. The second is we'll also meet the challenges of today and tomorrow while building Canada that is more secure, more sustainable, and ensure the prosperity that we enjoy today is available to the future generations too. Let's talk on the challenging time. We all know the pandemic hit not only Canada, but all the countries across the world. With the cooperations of Canadians, we managed to contain the pandemic to the best extent possible. I think we are one of the best countries in the world who have managed the pandemic quite well. The economy got hit. 8.9 million working Canadians lost their jobs. We came out in support of them. We also supported more than 500,000 small businesses through the wage subsidy scheme, and we also supported them with the Canada Business Account. And we managed the pandemic well with really Ukraine. This created a problem in the energy prices across the world. It also gave rise to the rising prices of food grains. And we also had the problem due to pandemic, the supply chain issue. There's a lot of shortage because the supply chains were disrupted across the world. And we also realized the important self-reliance in that time when critical goods were not being produced, not being available at the right time to all those who needed them. And due to all this, we faced inflation, which peaked to 8.1% in September of 2022. But during the last 9 months, we have seen the inflation rate going down. Currently, it stands at around 4.3% today. So with all this, we can still say that Canada has relatively done well. In fact, amongst the G7 countries, we have got the best economic growth. We have recovered 865,000 jobs, more than it was before pandemic. The challenging times is also there in terms of globalization. Globalization, as we knew it for several decades, is on the way down. The multilateral agencies like WTO, on which the international order-based trade depended on, is also facing its own problems. The appellate body at WTO, with all the vacancies, it can't even operate today due to non-cooperation by some key member states. What we are seeing is that the more and more bilateral free trade agreements are taking place. The free trade agreements or certain blocks of countries are taking place, and that is the concept of friendshoring is coming in. While these are the challenges, they also provide opportunities for Canada. I'll come to that a bit later. We also had the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, our biggest trading partner, which was a game changer. When this Inflation Reduction Act, taken together with the US Science and Chip Act, combined together, they are close to $1 trillion legislation. They have rewritten the rules of industrial policy, industrial development in the United States. The Inflation Reduction Act did affect many of the trading partners with the United States, but the bulk of it, Canada was able to manage through very effective lobbying, both by different levels of the government and the industry bodies. And we could, before the IRA became a legislation, we were able to ensure that all North American manufactured vehicles are included in the incentives and subsidies proposed in that IRA. And, in the International Trade Committee, when we were discussing the effects of IRA on Canada, one trade union leader very aptly put, we can't respond for every dollar to dollar to IRA, but we can respond smartly. And that is what Canada has done, and that is what Canada is also doing now with this current budget. Mr. Speaker, Canada is prosperous, has been prosperous for a long time due to our natural resources, oil, gas, minerals, metals, forestry products, and due to the hard work of several generations of Canadians. But the world is changing. The world is moving more towards the knowledge-based economy. In this knowledge economy is the flat world out there. The Canadians, especially the younger generation Canadians today, they face competition from all across the world, whether from Sydney, Australia, Tokyo, Japan, Shanghai, China, Mumbai, India, Frankfurt, Germany, or any other place. We all are facing the same competition in this digital world. Even in this digital economy, we have invested. In the last year budget, we came out with investment of over $1.2 billion on artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and other advanced technologies. In this budget, we have come with $1.2 billion for the space technology. On that, if possible, I'll touch base on that a little later. Now, in this, the other key thing is that as the world goes towards the clean economy, between now and 2050, it is projected that about $100 trillion of private capital will be invested across the world in building the global clean economy, and that is where the opportunity lies for Canada. The opportunity of being a supplier of critical minerals, the entire food chain of the transition towards the electrical vehicle industries we have, and Canada can play a major role. We have already seen investments announced by major auto manufacturers in Canada. We also find announcement, I believe even today there's going to be a very major announcement on battery manufacturing in Canada. We have seen the battery recycling plants coming up in Canada. And Canada is projected to be one of the leaders for the supply of the critical minerals that is required for this entire ecosystem. And we need to see the processing of the critical minerals also take place in Canada today. So we have a lot of opportunity in that front. However, there we have a small issue with the new mines coming up to mine the critical minerals, the long regulatory process that is involved in there. For that, the federal government has come out with agreements with various provinces. For example, we have the Ontario table, where we have an agreement with the province of Ontario, where we can work together to align ourselves on the timelines, on the resources, on the regulatory approval process, so that we can deliver quicker, faster approvals that is required to get the minerals from the ground up for battery manufacturing. Quickly, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, we are investing $1.9 billion in Canada's space agencies. This funding will support the development of new technologies and capabilities, including space robotics and exploration missions, as well as support for Canadian companies involved in the space industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask through you to the honourable member what he has to say to his constituents who, like mine, are struggling with high interest rates and mortgage rates. Those that are renewing their 5-year mortgages, or those that are on variable mortgages, are very much feeling the gut punch of the interest rate increases that are resulting from the inflationary spending and deficits of his government, and that are not abated in any way by this budget. So it's ravaging household budgets, and when the mortgage costs have doubled and the rents have doubled, that's having a huge impact on household budgets. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned in my speech, the inflation is the result of many things that are outside the control of government and indeed Canada. The pandemic, followed by the illegal Russian war on Ukraine, the supply shortages, the pent-up demand, and the governments across the world, including Canada, investing in Canadians, all that resulted in the inflation, which was quite high. It affected my constituents and all Canadians indeed. And inflation rose to 8.1% in September 2022. And during the last 9 months, it is trending downwards at 4.3%. The interest rates that was introduced by the Bank of Canada to combat inflation has already started taking effect. And The Bank of Canada expects the inflation rate to go down to 3% shortly. Hopefully, the interest rate should come down in the next 12 to 24 months, and that should provide relief to all Canadians, including honourable members, constituents, and mine.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. We're talking about the Budget Implementation Act. That is, the measures announced in the budget are partially contained in this very large bill. Toward the end of the bill, though, there seems to be some content which is not budget-related. In Section 31, it designates Charles III as King of Canada. It says that through royal proclamation under the Great Seal of Canada, which designates royal titles for Canada, Charles III, through the grace of God, is designated King of Canada and of the Commonwealth. Does my honourable colleague feel it makes sense for this to be in the Budget Implementation Act? Shouldn't we perhaps vote on this separately? Moreover, in 2023, should this even be the case?
Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Budget Implementation Act covers many things that are required immediately, and some of the things that are mentioned by my honourable member needs to be considered and voted upon in this Budget Implementation Act. Thank you.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I just came from Kingite. It's a small community, about 1,000 people, I think. In that community, they just suffered a rush of 4 suicides in a very short amount of time. At the same time, in this budget proposed about almost $1 billion to persuade Indigenous peoples to be engaged in environmental assessment processes, which you speak briefly of. So my question to you is, what is this Liberal government saying, that it will continue to suppress and oppress Indigenous peoples, and on their backs continue to profit from their lands, so that they can continue to make sure that Indigenous peoples are not getting the benefits that they deserve for the resources that are being exploited from their lands? The
honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very sorry to hear the number of suicides in the small community. Mr. Speaker, the track record of our government during the last 7.5 years shows how closely we work with the Indigenous community, how closely we have involved them, consulted them, and worked with them for the benefit of the entire Indigenous community, and to provide them all the assistance that is required, not only to improve their health, but also to tackle the economic development that is very badly needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate to the honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the unanimous consent of the House, I will be splitting my time with the member for Louis St. Laurent.
Share the time? Is it agreed? Agreed. The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to hearing the intervention of the member for Louis St. Laurent, but I will make my comments today as a lead-off for His Majesty's loyal opposition on Bill C-47. That's the Liberals' Budget Implementation Bill. The question before us, well, we'll see. The question before us is, can you trust that anything in this budget bill will actually be true when we look at the promises of these Liberals compared to the results? So I want to put this record spending in this budget plan into some historical context. I know the Liberals are a little challenged sometimes on math, so please bear with me. I hope you can follow it. In the federal election of 1968, yes, I was very, very small, Pierre Trudeau reassured Canadians that a Liberal government would not raise taxes or increase spending. The government, he said during the election, was not Santa Claus. So how did that work out? When Pierre Trudeau became Prime Minister, real government spending increased from 17% of GDP to 24.3%. In other words, the federal government's share of the economy rose 42% under Pierre Trudeau. Every single area of federal government spending increased except defense spending, where Pierre Trudeau cut spending in half as a percentage of the budget. When Pierre Trudeau took office, we spent more on national defense than we did on servicing the country's debt. When he left office in 1984, for every dollar the government spent on defense, we spent $3 on paying the interest on his national debt. Let's look at it another way. The deficit Pierre Trudeau ran in his last year of office was 8.3% of GDP. Based on Canada's GDP in 2022, Pierre Trudeau's 8.3% of GDP deficit would be like a $157 billion deficit today, annually. His record was to drive Canada's debt from $262 billion when he became Prime Minister to $700 billion when he left office. Pierre Trudeau added $438 billion to Canada's debt, almost tripling it. This from a Liberal leader that said he would not run deficits when he was first elected in 1968, and that government was no Santa Claus. I raise this because, as the adage goes, like father, like son. By the time Trudeau left office in 1984, 38 cents of every dollar the federal government spent was to pay interest on the debt that he had built up. You see, Trudeau's policies of massive spending led to a rapid rise in interest rates to try to reduce inflation. All that government spending simply made it worse. Interest rates rose to 21%. Like his father, this Liberal leader promised Canadians in his first election as leader in 2015 that even though Canada was running a robust growing economy and had a balanced budget left by the Harper government, that he would spend modest stimulus deficits, but that in 2019 it would be balanced. Here's what the Liberal platform that these Liberals all stood on in 2015 said. We will run modest deficits for 3 years so that we can invest in growth for the middle class and credibly offer a plan to balance the budget in 2019. We will reduce the federal debt to GDP ratio to 27%. So, did he balance the budget at the end of his first term as he promised? And as his father also promised in his first term that he would have a balanced budget? No, like father, like son, these Liberals produced a $20 billion deficit in 2019. So promises made, promises broken. Did the Liberals reduce their first fiscal anchor of 27% of GDP? No, it was 31% in 2019. So another promise made, promise broken. In the new Liberal budget after re-election in 2019, there was no longer talk of a balanced budget. Nope, the debt to GDP ratio was the new fiscal anchor, and it would remain the same during the 4 years of that fiscal plan, even though that meant they would be spending more. Well, we know at least that the promise to spend more and not to balance the budget was true. Then we had an early and unnecessary election in 2021. What did the Liberal platform say then about their promises for the country's finances? No talk of balanced budgets until perhaps maybe 2050. But they did make a promise to drop the debt to GDP ratio from 48.5% in 2021-22. Remember that in 2019, their campaign promise said that in 2022, that the debt to GDP ratio would be 31%, not 48%. So what does this bill project for this year? The budget set the cumulative spending for the next 5 years at a record $3.1 trillion. If these numbers are to believe, and remember, In the fall, they promised that the budget would be balanced, and they don't add more spending in the rest of their term, they will add another $130 billion to the national debt. The national debt will rise to a record $1.3 trillion. Interest on the national debt, the Liberals project, will rise from $44 billion a year to $50 billion a year in 5 years, if you can believe the interest rate projections that they have in this budget. $50 billion in interest is $10 billion more than we spend on national defense. There are $84 billion in new tax credits for business over the next 5 years. Liberals project inflation this year will be 3.5% in 2023 and roughly 2.1% thereafter. For this to happen, inflation will need to drop from 5.5% now to 2% in July to stay there for the next 5 years. Not likely. $3.1 trillion in spending with massive deficits, pour gasoline on the inflation fire, so these inflation rates are ridiculous. The last year of our government, the federal government spending was $280 billion with a $1.9 billion surplus. This year, the budget projects $456 billion in spending, up $176 billion, or 63%, since these Liberals took office. The fiscal framework projects the government spending to be $543 billion if there's no further spending in the rest of the term, and that's $263 billion more than in 2015, a 94% increase in spending. The increase alone is almost as much as the entire budget in 2015. Revenue, or taxes, have risen $282 billion since 2015, so we know it's not a revenue problem because revenue's gone up 92%. Pierre Trudeau and the Sun, the current Liberal leader, combined at the end of this bill's plan, will have contributed $1.1 trillion to Canada's national debt.
Same.
Pierre Trudeau always spent more than he promised. After 8 years of these Liberals, the Sun has done the same. Promises made, promises broken. Canadians simply can't afford any more Trudeaus. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member report meeting Port Kells, Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
History is an interesting teacher to us. I wanted to point out to the Honourable Member that Brian Mulroney, when he took over as Prime Minister, the national debt was $200 billion. By the time he left, it was $514 billion. And that was without a pandemic. That was without, an invasion of Ukraine. It seems that, the Conservatives are following the same pattern of loving money more than people. And, price of everything but the value of nothing. So where's the factor for that pandemic? Where's the factor for, the difficulties with supply chains and the external influences on our inflation rate, which, by the way, is coming down to pretty low levels compared with the rest of the world?
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Mulroney government produced an operating surplus by the second year of their mandate, and operated an operating surplus every year after that. And every Prime Minister since Pierre Trudeau ran an operating surplus, except for this Prime Minister. So in terms of pandemics, over half the spending done in the pandemics, the parliamentary budget officer said, had absolutely nothing to do with the pandemic. That's fiscal irresponsibility of Liberals.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. This is a huge bill, over 400 pages, amending 59 laws as well as income tax regulations. It includes 39 parts. When he was elected in 2015, the Prime Minister committed to not bringing in this type of omnibus bill, but now, almost 8 years later, he's doing it again for the umpteenth time. What does my colleague think?
I thank my colleague for the question, and it's a great question because it's another promise made and promise broken. You know, the Liberals were never going to do omnibus bills, but every single budget bill they've had has amended acts of Parliament that have nothing to do with the budget. They've done it yet again, and I think Canadians have come to expect that they can't trust anything that this Liberal government says, whether it's the finances or how they're going to operate Parliament.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Speaker, and thank you to the member for South Shore St. Margaret's, and I do want to acknowledge that I appreciate working alongside the member on the Fisheries Committee. Thank you to the member for his intervention and speaking about campaign promises. And I was reflecting as a fellow member on the Fisheries Committee about the campaign promises of the Conservatives. And I'm wondering if the member could clarify, the Conservatives campaigned off getting open net fish farms out of the water, and yet I'm hearing very different discussions happening today. And I'm wondering if the member can clarify what is the Conservative stance currently on the importance of getting open net fish farms out of the water, and what are his thoughts on the fact that the current budget does not have a commitment to support all those impacted through this very necessary transition. Thank you.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I enjoy sitting on the Fisheries Committee with the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith and her thoughtful interventions during the Fisheries Committee work that we do together. That's a great question because, you know, from our perspective, what we do is we respect provincial responsibility, first of all. And open net pen farms or aquaculture in Atlantic Canada is a provincial responsibility in licensing. In British Columbia, it's a federal responsibility. And this government has lost several court cases in the BC courts over their handling of it. They committed to actually consult with the industry, which they did not do, and the previous fisheries minister to this one, who I happen to have defeated, also promised when she made the decision to remove the Discovery Islands that there would be transition programs for the industry and the employees, and now the current government, of course, is silent on those promises.
Avant de continuer, Appel, anyone that has a microphone that sort of sits near your microphone or has their phone near your microphone to try to pull it back, because we are hearing a little bit of feedback within the system. So just be conscious of that when we're speaking, to have our cell phones a little further away from the microphones than possible. Continuing debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to share a secret. I entered politics because I care deeply about public finances. I am in the opposition, and there's a lot to oppose here. I'm in the opposition, and there's a lot to oppose in terms of how this government manages public funds. Let's see some examples. The debt to GDP ratio. It was already quite high at 42%. And now with this government's inflationary measures, the debt to GDP ratio, which was previously 42.4, has now reached 43.5%. The Liberals will say that's not a big difference. But let's recall what the Minister of Finance herself had affirmed in this House last November, not even 6 months ago. During the budget statement, she said that the debt to GDP ratio had gone up from 42.4 to 43.5. Well, that's what just happened, and yet 6 months ago, the Minister of Finance said, let me be very clear, we are entirely determined to ensure that our debt to GDP ratio will continue to go down, and so will deficits. I will come back to that. Pandemic debt that we contracted to try to help Canadians must be reimbursed. These are our budget anchors. It's a line in the sand that we will not cross that will guarantee the viability of our finances. It's practically lyrical. And I think that the ideas expressed here were excellent, but now the Minister of Finance, the number 2 in this government, and as everyone knows, aspiring number 1, the right hand of the Prime Minister, well, she said one thing and is now doing the exact opposite. And we're seeing all of that in this omnibus bill that we're debating today. So, the debt to GDP ratio, broken promises. Now, what about balancing the budget? Recently, the Minister of Finance was so proud, saying that soon there would be a surplus or a balanced budget in 5 years. Well, that is nonsense. It's exactly the opposite that has happened. This year we have a deficit of more than $40 billion, and that's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, especially since we should recall that this government was elected in 2015 with the following promise. It's quite audacious. The Liberal government committed to small deficit for 3 years, structural deficits, and then in the 4th year, a balanced budget. But they did the exact opposite. Mammoth deficits year after year and no balanced budget. Balancing the budget is important, Mr. Speaker. We cannot constantly be using a credit card as an individual. Eventually you have to pay it back. And if we're not the ones who pay it down, then our children will. A deficit leads to debt, and debt leads to a bill that we will be sending to our children and grandchildren that will be paying for the fact that we are living outside our means now. Right now, we have an absolutely immense debt. I have just named a lot of zeros, a great many of them. And not only are there a lot of zeros in that number, but also on the other side of the house. We're talking an amount that represents $81,000 per family. That is a debt that we are sending to our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, who may not even be alive. Servicing the debt currently represents $43 billion to service the debt. Last year, it was only half that, $24 billion. These are huge numbers. Twice as much as we spend on the Department of Defense. And this is money that's being spent on banks to pay for former spending and not on services for Canadians. To exceed our means is irresponsible, but can we really be surprised when we know that this Prime Minister said that a budget will balance itself? He appears to be the only person on planet Earth who has said something so silly. A budget will not balance itself. Money doesn't fall from the sky, it doesn't grow on trees. The government gathers that money from hard-working Canadians, and we always need to remember them. Remember that. Now, about taxes. We know that the carbon tax is going up, and as the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed, that will directly affect families who will be paying more than what the government sends them. According to the PBO, we're talking between $400 and $850 in expenses, in net loss. And yet, the Minister and the Prime Minister were so proud to say that they had listened to the Liberal caucus. They were listening to members who are speaking on behalf of their constituents to ensure that there wouldn't be too much of a tax hike on alcohol. Well, I won't make a value judgment about the fact that they don't want to increase the tax on alcohol too much. That's up to them. But I would love it if those same members had the same level of care about the deficit and the bill we're sending on to our children and grandchildren. Now, regarding taxes, this government has announced many tax hikes. For example, $305 increase for a worker earning around $66,000. The pension system will cost more by around $250, and EI around $50. So, Mr. Speaker, we see here that on key issues that affect all Canadian families, whether it be taxes, whether it be the deficit or the debt, and if we look in general at the debt to GDP ratio, this government has failed in its responsibility to be accountable and responsible. These people have never managed to balance the budget. They've never paid attention to public spending. Quite the contrary, Mr. Speaker. They've been spending with wild abandon. Let me tell you a brief anecdote. As you know, on Facebook, there's a little memories category where you can see what happened last year. So at this time of year, we're always debating the budget. So Facebook every day sends me speeches that I made and questions that I asked last year or in previous years. And what we can see that the trademark of this government, it's always the same thing. No ability to plan for a return to a balanced budget, always abandoned spending, even though they were elected in 2015 on a promise of a zero deficit by 2019. That was a broken promise. 6 months ago, the Minister of Finance said that we'd be back to a balanced budget in 5 years. Again, that has disappeared. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, earlier, my colleague was talking about history and talking about Pierre Trudeau, the father of the current Prime Minister. In 1972, then, that Liberal government under Pierre Trudeau was elected. It was elected as a minority government. There was an agreement between the Liberals and the NDP to ensure that the government could survive. And that lasted until 1974. Then, suddenly, a measure was not accepted by the NDP. Elections were triggered. And during the elections, they said, we will not do anything. We will not impose wage and price controls despite the inflationary situation. And yet, almost immediately afterward, they did exactly that. As my colleague was saying, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. They say one thing and they do the opposite. So in conclusion, I would ask that the motion be amended as follows. And I'm asking for this motion to be tabled, rather. That the motion be amended by substituting at the word that the following: that the House refuse to grant second reading to Bill C-47, the Budget Implementation Act, as this bill will not put an end to the inflationary deficit, high taxes, and the war on work. It does not include measures that would enable Canadians to bring home higher paychecks and to buy affordable housing. Thank you.
Mr. Deltel, appuyé par Mr.
Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Perkins, proposes the following amendment: that the motion be amended by substituting at the word that, by substituting what follows: the House refuses to grant second reading to Bill C-47, the Budget Implementation Act, given that the bill would not end inflationary deficits, high taxes, and the war on work. These measures would enable Canadians to bring home higher paychecks and have lower prices and affordable homes. This amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have a great deal of respect for my colleague, as he knows. Last month in this House, he said our party's objective is not to take money away from CBC Radio-Canada, and yet his leader has been very clear about his contempt for the public broadcaster. He even begged Elon Musk to mock CBC Radio-Canada. Mr. Speaker, will the Quebec member across the way, who he himself was a journalist for Radio-Canada, will he continue to support his leader who wants to cut money and take it away from CBC Radio-Canada, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent? Mr. Speaker, we've heard many things that are contradictory and not true. We have heard many of those things, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, our platform includes cuts to CBC but not Radio-Canada, so that enables me to clarify the misinformation that we've heard in debate. The goal of the Conservative Party is not to make cuts to Radio-Canada and to its programming across Canada, but rather to ensure that CBC, which only has 4% listenership versus 25% with Radio-Canada, has a different approach. And that's nothing new. Let me just remind us that the father of the current PM wanted to close both of them, Radio-Canada and CBC. And let's recall that that Mr. Chrétien, a Liberal Prime Minister, made cuts of $600 million to CBC Radio-Canada, the highest in history. That's the signature of the Liberal Party. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for Louis Saint-Laurent. He always makes interesting contributions to the debate, and I would like to ask him some questions about something I feel uncertain about, and I'd like to know if he shares that uncertainty. In her budget, the Minister of Finance put forward a fund of $80 billion for the transition fund. This fund for investments, subsidies, and support is not directly laid out, but it does mention the infrastructure, and how it's presented is that the money that will be used in that fund will be outside the budget framework, outside government funds, and so there wouldn't be accountability to this House. What does my colleague think of that? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to return the compliment to my colleague. He also does excellent work. Now, on the precise question, the Liberals' approach with the $80 billion investment to invest in new measures and the fact that it would be outside of parliamentary accountability, that's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that our leader has always repeated that in order to have a green economy, we must give the green light to green projects by using positive tax measures rather than making Canada a place where, unfortunately, when you invest, you get a lot clawed away from you, especially when it comes to setting wages. Canadians pay too much in taxes, and that acts as a brake on investment.
Time for a very short intervention. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. You know, one of the concerns that my constituents have greatly right now is the very growing concern of what's happening in our climate. They're seeing changes in their region that they've never seen before. And so they've been very clear. When we step forward to address climate change, they want local responses, and they want to make sure that good jobs are attached to that. So, of course, the NDP forced this government to make sure that in their clean energy economy tax credits, there would actually be a tie to companies who pay better wages and have better working conditions. And I'm just wondering if the member is against this as well as the other things that are in the budget.
L'honorable député Louis Saint-Laurent.
En effet, les enjeux d'environnement.
The Honourable Member, indeed, we care about matters of the environment, but, well, climate change is real, and that is why we would give the green light to green projects in order to accelerate Canadians' access to green energy, in order to cut the red tape. For example, when it comes to creating lithium mines or electrifying transit, we know that in many parts of Canada, we need to electrify more transit, but it's taking too long to make these investments. We need to give the green light to green projects in order to give access to more Canadians to green energy.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you, Speaker, and I appreciated your SO 31 on Monday opening up National Volunteer Week, and today I stand and I'm tremendously honored to be closing up National Volunteer Week. I want to take this opportunity to thank all those that donate their time and their labor to making Sault Ste. Marie and the broader Algoma District a better place to live, work, and play. Last week, I had the opportunity to meet the folks from the Sioux Search and Rescue, whose members log over 4,000 hours each responding to urgent situations. They train at no cost to their communities as well and provide such an important service. So whether it's in the field like firefighting, conservation, hospitals, and local child and sporting activities, volunteers make our communities run. From board leaders to fundraising, to those that work on the ground. These people are absolute jewels to our community. I urge all Canadians to take some time and find ways to give back to their communities, because with each individual act of volunteerism, we collectively make our communities better, as you have identified and as I identify. We also make our country an even better place to live. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to say thanks for the memories, Connor Bedard. Over the last 3 hockey seasons, Connor Bedard has been the starting centre for the Regina Pats of the Western Hockey League. During this time, he has accumulated a long list of records and achievements, including the WHL's Rookie of the Year, youngest player ever to score 50 goals in a season, and this season he led the league in goals, assists, and points. Connor Bedard's play for Team Canada at the World Juniors has been just as exciting, including a memorable goal in the quarterfinals in overtime against Slovakia, a goal which also saw him break the record for most World Junior points by a Canadian, a record previously held by Eric Lindros. Now that the WHL season is over, Connor is off to bigger and better things, as he will be the first overall draft pick in the NHL entry draft this June. Connor, I hope that you enjoyed your time in Regina. Don't be a stranger, and all the best.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to have IKEA Ottawa in my riding. Our government announced $300,000 of Canada's zero-emission vehicle infrastructure program to install electric chargers at IKEAs across Ontario and Quebec. IKEA has partnered with Ottawa-based GoBolt for a fleet of zero-emission delivery trucks. This means that when people order from IKEA, it will be delivered in a sustainable way, a big step toward a net zero future. I also toured IKEA to learn about how they're reducing waste through their AI waste disposal in the kitchen and through recycling and reusing items. These are just some of the ways that IKEA is contributing to our community. I'd like to thank IKEA employees who, during the recent ice storm, volunteered on their day off to cook 400 meals for people who had lost electricity in the storm. Mr. Speaker, it's through partnerships like this that we will achieve our climate goals and position Canada for the economy of the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
The budget allocated almost $1 billion to persuade Indigenous peoples to exploit their lands. There are too few of the 338 MPs that will work to protect Indigenous peoples' rights. That is why I say now, directly to Inuit, First Nations, and Métis, your inherent rights are being violated, infringed, and exploited. To the families of MMIWG, to the survivors and families of residential schools, to families who were forced off the lands and into settlements, to Indigenous peoples and your lands who were and continue to be stolen, protect and defend Indigenous peoples' lands. To Indigenous peoples who are homeless, living in overcrowded or dilapidated housing conditions, to all Inuit, First Nations, and Métis, too few of these MPs will stand up for your rights. So I plead with you, protect your rights, speak up, and demand justice from your MPs.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Gatineau Olympique in Quebec. They've reached the semi-finals of the Gilles Courteau Cup. Bad news for the member for Quebec City. They will be the next victim. Well, we all know what the outcome of these matches will be. I'd like to highlight the passion and commitment of the players, coaches, and fans, the sponsors who supported the team throughout the season in the Slush Puppy Centre in Gatineau. All MPs and everyone in the Ottawa are rooting for you. Go, all go.
Lord.
Order, calm down. Question period hasn't started yet.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alberta license holders wrote DFO in January stating, and I quote, "Over the last 4 years, we have heard every excuse in the book why CMP can't enforce, including COVID-19, staff shortages, safety concerns, and the ever-popular we're working behind the scenes. We see zero change in enforcement strategy," they wrote. "These Liberals ignored the pleas of legal license holders for years about poaching. Now, of the few DFO arrests of the thousands of poachers on the rivers this year, all have been released by DFO without processing because DFO enforcement are on strike, leaving no enforcement of any fishery in Canada. Hardware stores and Canadian Tire stores in my riding are telling me that the last few days they've sold out of nets, buckets, and bubblers, all needed to poach elvers. Liberals bragged about increasing patrols. Observing is not arresting. Now DFO is not even observing. I know Liberals failed math, so let me help. Zero multiplied by any number is still zero. Lawlessness is on our rivers. Legal harvesters are paying the price. These Liberals are as effective as washed out bait.
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, our community in Milton came together to support Brady McCoy after she was the victim of an unspeakable act of horrible violence. Rad Brothers Sports Bar in Milton was overflowing with support last Friday night, and it wouldn't have been possible without a really incredible volunteer effort. So to Mary, Dave, Marg, David, Heather, Veronica, Joanne, Jan, Greg, and Lisa, Francesco, Carrie May, Amir, Aaron, Liz, Roger, and Janet, and all the Rad staff, thank you for doing what Milton does best. Brady's a 23-year-old Miltonian. She's an educational assistant with the Halton District School Board. She loves working with kids who have special needs, and she dreams of becoming a teacher. She spent weeks on life support in the hospital after her face and body were burned in that horrible attack. But to everyone's delight last week, she got out of the hospital early and was able to join the celebration in her honor. The GoFundMe has raised over $125,000, and as my friend Heather put it, it's just a perfect group of perfectly good strangers pitching in for a neighbor who needs a little bit of support. So Brady, I just want to say, our community stands with you. Milton loves you, and we're going to be supporting you every single step of the way.
Good job. The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Wednesday mornings in Langley City, a line forms in front of the Langley Vineyard Church. This line includes people struggling with hunger, homelessness, and sometimes mental health issues. Waiting inside to welcome those in need are Kim's Angels. With over 70 volunteers, Kim's Angels cares for our community's homeless and hungry population. These angels provide food, clothing, housing, and essentials to those who need it, no questions asked. They champion the importance of making positive impacts on others' lives. The giving of furniture, non-perishable food, baby necessities, kids' toys, school supplies, and shelter changes life stories. All it takes is a community coming together to help give a hand up, and this is what Kim's Angels do, rain or shine, in our community. I've had the privilege of volunteering with Kim's Angels many times over the years. I've seen the tireless efforts that Kim's Angels make in Langley City. Thank you, Kim Snow, and all your angels for the work you do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, Swan River used to be a town where you could raise a family, enjoy retirement, and operate a business. But today, Swan River is unrecognizable. It's unrecognizable because of after 8 years of this government's catch-and-release policies, crime is out of control. The crime severity index of this rural town of 4,000 is 6 times the national average and over 50% higher from just 5 years ago. When I was in Swan River, I met with Linda, who owns a small clothing store. After 26 years in business, Linda never thought she'd experience an armed robbery, but she did. A surge of robberies by repeat offenders has nearly put her out of business. And now, nearly every business in Swan River has bars on their windows and buzzers on their doors. Canadians deserve to feel safe. If the Liberals won't cancel their failed safe on crime policies, Conservatives will.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to wish my Muslim friends and neighbours Eid al-Fitr. During Eid, Muslims are encouraged to give and seek forgiveness, as well as generously sharing their blessings with those less fortunate. Eid al-Fitr symbolizes the virtues of patience, piety, godliness, and fortitude. It's a time to reflect, to spend time with loved ones, show grace for the blessings in their lives, and celebrate fresh beginnings. Ultimately, it's a celebration of and reward for the spiritual discipline exercised by worshippers during the holy month of Ramadan. During this month, I want to thank the Islamic Institute of Toronto, Masjid Al-Jannah, and the Spiritual Society for their warm welcome to prayers. I also want to acknowledge the enormous contribution of the Muslim Welfare Center for their ongoing fight to ensure food security in our community and beyond. To all those celebrating today in Scarborough Rouge Park and across Canada, Eid Mubarak, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The record-setting rate of addiction deaths is bringing to the forefront the horrifying effects of addiction from Vancouver to St. John's, Newfoundland, and everywhere in between. The BC coroner reported that almost 600 people died from overdose in the first 3 months of 2023 in BC alone. Every life lost to addiction is one too many. This data further proves what Canadians are experiencing within our communities and often within our own circle of friends and loved ones. More and more people are falling through the cracks and losing their lives to the disease of addiction. Every Canadian living with addiction deserves the opportunity to pursue recovery. Yet the Liberal NDP coalition believe the answer is to flood the streets with opioids under the guise of so-called safe supply. Conservatives know that recovery is possible for those with addiction, and it should be the goal. We invite the government to join Conservatives and commit to a recovery-focused approach that will improve the lives of Canadians with addictions, their families, their communities, because recovery is possible.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, this government will shamelessly announce anything, but they always fail to implement anything other than, say, higher taxes, deficits, inflation, and now higher emissions. Yesterday, we learned that this Liberal government has broken another one of its election promises. The Environment Commissioner's audit revealed that the Liberal promise to plant 2 billion trees within 10 years is failing so badly that they're on track to plant only 3.8% of what they promised. Seedlings are not in production, partnership agreements are not signed. They're so far behind that there is no chance that they're going to achieve the carbon sink that they've been counting on by 2030 through tree planting. Another A for announcement and F for follow-through. Mr. Speaker, this government couldn't manage a 2-car funeral. There is absolutely no reason to believe any announcement about anything that these Liberals promise.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very often in this House, we spend our time discussing the various ills of our society and how to solve them. But especially during this volunteer week, we must take the time to recognize all those who work every day on the ground to improve people's lives. This is exactly the mandate of Mission Inclusion, an outstanding organization in my riding that is this year celebrating its 75th anniversary. Mission Inclusion has been making a mark for 75 years, serving nearly 30 million vulnerable people. There are programs in Outremont, throughout Quebec, and around the world. It is therefore to the entire team led by Richard Vinstra and Isabelle Morin that I say in this House of Commons here in Ottawa, congratulations. Congratulations, Mission Inclusion. Let's keep it up. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is Earth Day, a day of gathering and action on behalf of the future of our planet and the generations to come. It is an opportunity to get involved and recommit ourselves individually in fighting climate change. But it is also an opportunity to put pressure on governments, starting with Ottawa. While we need to accelerate the transition of our economy by supporting workers, it is the activities of the oil companies that the federal government continues to fund this spring in its budget. At a time when it is urgent to accelerate the fight against climate change, this government is investing in future oil exploration in the Arctic. On Earth Day, let's make Ottawa understand that climate change is not a business opportunity. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I invite everyone to join the demonstrations taking place in Montreal, Quebec City, Joliette, Sherbrooke, Trois-Rivières, Chicoutimi, Rouyn, Rimouski, and Baie-Comeau. The future is about investing our energies in climate action, not investing in the energy shareholders of the past. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, this year marks the 72nd anniversary of the Battle of Kapiong. This battle is regarded as the most famous and significant action fought by the Canadian armies in the Korean War, and the most famous battle fought by the Canadian Armed Forces since World War II. In this battle, Canadian, Australian, and New Zealand troops blocked the Chinese advancements towards South Korea's capital, Seoul. Today, I will join members of the Korean-Canadian community to commemorate the battle at the Gapyeong Stone Korean War Memorial in Langley, BC. The stone came from Gapyeong, South Korea, and will serve as a reminder of the bravery of those who served in the Gapyeong battle and their commitment to upholding freedom and democracy. The efforts of those who created this monument to keep the memory of this battle alive and to educate the next generation on the sacrifices made during the Korean War are an inspiration to all of us. There is an eternal friendship between Canada and South Korea that must be celebrated. I thank all of the veterans of the Korean War and commemorate the more than 26,000 Canadians who served.
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Hear, hear. After 8 years of this Liberal government, it is clear they are running out of steam. As Canadians struggle with the cost of living crisis, the Prime Minister is struggling to explain his latest $81,000 free stay at a Liberal insider's villa in Jamaica and struggling to justify why he needed a $6,000 a room night in London with a butler. On this side of the House, though, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are focused on helping Canadians with the real solutions to fix what the Liberals and NDP have broken. Capping government spending to get inflation under control, addressing the crime wave with jail, not bail, for repeat violent criminals, forcing gatekeepers to get out of the way and finally build new housing, and establishing a Blue Seal national testing standard to fix the doctor and nurse shortage. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we will scrap the terrible carbon tax to lower the price on everything. Canadians are simply tired of how out of touch the Liberals are, and they are getting on board with our Conservative plans to address the issues in this country. Better is always possible. Conservatives are delivering real ideas, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with sadness and deep appreciation that I rise to honour and remember my dear friend Dr. John O'Connor, better known in Dartmouth Cole Harbour as Dr. Jake. Former high school quarterback, paddler, skier, and runner, you'd be hard-pressed to find a sport that Jake didn't enjoy. In fact, Mr. Speaker, late in his life, we would still see him jogging by our house each day. Jake began his medical career as a physician with the Royal Canadian Navy and then served our community as a beloved and distinguished family physician for over 4 decades. He was instrumental in establishing the Dartmouth General Hospital, where he then served as Chief of Staff and Head of the Emergency Department. Jake was a true steward of the Shubenacadie Canal. He fundraised for the Shubenacadie Canal Commission and gave so much of his time ensuring its protection and its enhancement. And in turn, the beautiful parks and waterway gave him the sanctuary that he deserved. My thoughts and gratitude are with his family, especially his wife, Barbara, who kindly shared Dr. Jake with us for all these years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
This Prime Minister is spending $21 billion more on the public service than when he took office. And it takes a special kind of incompetence to spend 50% more on the bureaucracy, but to give Canadians worse service with 150,000 workers out on strike, the largest public sector strike in 40 years. How will this Prime Minister fix the government and public service that he has broken?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, public servants and the Public Service Alliance of Canada provide services that are important to Canadians, valuable services, and one which and the government certainly values their work. We are committed to reaching an agreement with the Public Service Alliance of Canada that is fair to government employees and also reasonable for Canadians. There is a competitive deal on the table, and I'm really proud to say, Mr. Speaker, that both parties are continuing to negotiate in good faith, and Canadians expect both parties to reach an agreement.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Why doesn't the Prime Minister stand up and answer? I'll tell you why. Because this Prime Minister won't stand up for Canadians. He won't stand up for Canadians who are stuck in passport.
Hold on a sec here. Okay, I'm doing two things at the same time, and I apologize for that. Just we need to make sure we can't say if somebody's in the chamber or not in the chamber. So the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Why doesn't this Prime Minister stand up to answer the question? He won't stand up because he won't stand up for Canadians. He won't stand up for Canadians who are stuck in passport lines. He won't stand up for Canadians who are stuck in airports, and he won't stand up for the 700 men and women in uniform who are without heat and hot water as a result of his failures. So when will this Prime Minister finally stand up for Canadians and fix what he's broken?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, in spite of your admonition and trying to encourage the member not to do indirectly that he can't do directly, it's almost symbolic of how they treated the public service when they were in government, Mr. Speaker. Public servants remember very well how the Conservatives had abrogated their rights, provided terrible working conditions, and got no value for it. This government believes in public service. We believe in good faith negotiations. We are there. We're providing important services to Canadians, as Canadians saw through the pandemic, as they saw through many things that have, through the things that will help us deal with the current inflation. This is good news for Canada, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
This government would call the largest public service strike in 40 years good news for Canadians. Long lines at our passport offices, good news for Canadians. Record delays at our airports, good news for Canadians. Or say that having hundreds of men and women in uniform at CFB Petawawa without heat and hot water because of their incompetence, good news for Canadians. But they're not in it for Canadians, and that's exactly why this morning, when we tried to call Alexandre Trudeau from the Trudeau Foundation to committee to talk about how he signed for a $200,000 check from Beijing as part of an influence operation to get access to this Prime Minister, which they did in fact get, they sent their Liberals in to block it. When will they stand up for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, with regard to the question of what happened at the committee today, committees, as you know, Mr. Speaker, are of course masters of their own destiny. The committee chose not to go forward and support what the Conservatives have brought forward. It was unanimous, with the exception of the Conservatives, to not go forward with that because, Mr. Speaker, we have important things to discuss, and it was not to engage in these drive-by smears that the Conservatives like to engage in.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The Prime Minister wrote a long letters to public servants in 2015, promising to negotiate with them in good faith. Yet he's the only Prime Minister in the past 40 years who hasn't successfully negotiated with them. The worst is that this Prime Minister has a really unique and special type of incompetence, because in 8 years he managed to increase the cost of the public service by 50%. That's $21 billion. And yet he was unable to prevent the strike of 155,000 employees. So how does he justify this monumental failure? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we feel that public servants do very important work for Canadians. We agree that they have the right to strike if they are legally able to do so. What's important, though, Mr. Speaker, is to have the chance to negotiate in good faith. And thus far, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we've done. Unlike, Mr. Speaker, when the Conservatives were in power, they prevented public servants from using their right to strike. They forced them to return to work. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, it's time for the Prime Minister to stand up and address his incompetence. He has never had to strike. He's never had to wait in line to get a passport. He's never been worried about whether or not he'll be able to take a vacation in Jamaica. He's never had to wait in line in an airport because he travels by private jet. He never had to worry about the end of the month because he never had to draw up a budget for himself. So when will the Prime Minister finally get to work to solve all the problems that he's created over the past 8 years, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we are in a situation where the public servants are legally allowed to call a strike. That's important to note. It's also important to note that both parties, the union management and the employer, are negotiating in good faith. Negotiations are going well, Mr. Speaker. We, unlike the Conservatives, will let negotiations continue. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, Air Canada is abandoning the regions of Quebec, and it's time for the federal government to do something about it. Even the Alouette aluminum smelter in my riding, it's the largest in America. It wrote to Air Canada because its lax approach threatens their operations. Currently, Air Canada is cancelling 1 out of every 5 flights out of Sept-Îles. And often, no flights leave from Baie-Comeau. Mr. Speaker, Air Canada has been abandoning the regions for a long time, and the federal government has been condoning it for a long time. When is Ottawa going to provide the regions with reliable, accessible air service? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Tourism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has committed to maintaining equity and competitiveness in the air travel sector, which supports the economy, trade, and tourism in Canada. They connect communities in such a large country as ours. Our government will always do everything it can to ensure that air carriers offer flights everywhere in Canada, especially in remote or northern communities, which often depend exclusively on the air travel sector to be able to travel and receive goods and essential services. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, commitments don't mean much without action, and for there to be competition, there needs to be more than one player. So, the federal government needs to guarantee accessible, reliable air travel in the regions, but in the recent budget, it did exactly the opposite. Ottawa is raising airport taxes to cover security. In other words, not only is Ottawa doing absolutely nothing to guarantee the reliability of Air Canada flights, but it also wants to drive up the price of regional flights. Ottawa is going to make us pay higher prices for increasingly unreliable flights. Will Ottawa back off, stop making the problems worse, and get into solution mode for regional air travel, rather than sitting there laughing and doing nothing? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transportation. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her important question. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to ensure that Canada's airports have the necessary resources and to ensure that Canadians have access to effective air travel. We are following through on our commitments and our conversations with all air transportation companies in order to find the best solutions for all Canadians.
Speaker, today the government is announcing up to $13 billion for a new Volkswagen electric vehicle battery plant. So they have $13 billion for a private company, but are dragging their heels for a fair contract for government workers. This deal is about accountability, and it's imperative we put workers at the heart of any agreement. They need to ensure good-paying union jobs, or at least a commitment from Volkswagen that they will allow it to be a union shop in writing. What will this government do to make sure that it's Canadian workers, not Volkswagen CEOs and shareholders, that benefit from this deal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government has been very successful in bringing investments to Canada that are creating jobs and growing economic activity across the country. That Volkswagen has chosen Canada for their very first battery factory in North America is proof of that success, and we're very proud of it. Volkswagen's historic investment of $7 billion is a major vote of confidence, Mr. Speaker, in our workers, in our growing battery ecosystem, and it shows that Canada's work to become the world's green supplier of choice is working, and I welcome the member to get on board.
Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are fed up.
The Liberals keep saying one thing about protecting our planet, but then they do the opposite. Yesterday, we learned the minister has dropped the ball on the Liberals' own 2 billion tree promise, isn't protecting vital species, and isn't on track to meet Canada's emissions targets. Canada can't wait any longer for the Environment Minister to actually do his job instead of cozying up to oil and gas executives. So when is the Environment Minister going to stop working to protect the profits of Canada's biggest polluters and start protecting our planet?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm really happy that the member opposite has asked me a question about the work we're doing on the environment, because in fact it allows me the opportunity to share some good news, which is in our National Inventory Report on Emissions that we put out last week to the UN. It shows that we are bending the curve on emissions. In fact, our emissions are below pre-pandemic levels. They are below 2005 levels. We are doing the hard work and we are getting it done.
Here, here. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of government is driving up the cost of living. After years of inflationary spending by this government, Canadians cannot afford to put food on the table or to heat their homes. Yet the Prime Minister was off jet-setting to Jamaica on yet another luxury vacation. This is just another example of a Prime Minister that can't or won't try to understand the realities of hard-working Canadians. When Canadians are choosing between heating and eating, this Prime Minister is choosing between Jamaica or the Bahamas. When will this out-of-touch Prime Minister realize that money doesn't grow on trees? Not that his government is competent enough to plant any.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Affordability, no Canadian should be forced to have to make the decision between buying groceries or going to the dentist. But Budget 2023 actually takes care of both. We're delivering a grocery benefit that member actually supported, and I thank him for it. It's going to help 11 million Canadians. Over 50% of our seniors are going to benefit, and a dental benefit that's already benefited over 250,000 children. As we expand it through this budget process, millions of Canadians will benefit. That's something that even the Conservatives can smile about.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are struggling with the rising cost of living, particularly with the impact of the carbon tax, which is making it more expensive for Canadians to heat their homes or simply go to work. Canadian families and businesses can't afford the tripling of the carbon tax, and now the Environment Minister is musing about $265 a tonne. Canadians already can't afford $65 a tonne. It's not an environment plan. It's a tax plan. That's right. Enough is enough. When will the government stop punishing hardworking Canadians and axe their cruel carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to highlight that pricing carbon pollution works. I mentioned earlier that we're seeing our emissions go down. And at the very same time as we're bringing down emissions, and it's a market mechanism, by the way, which is something I would think that the Conservatives would support. But beyond that matter, I would also point out that individual Canadians in the federal backstop provinces are receiving a climate action incentive. In fact, they would have received one just last week. That helps to offset the cost of carbon pricing.
Great job.
The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian problems require Canadian solutions. The cost of living crisis is hurting Canadians. The price of gas in Moose Jaw has risen to over $1.60 after the government tripled their inflationary carbon tax. Let's be honest, this isn't an environmental plan, it is a tax plan. The Prime Minister has said he has put a price on pollution. The fact is, he has put a price on people.
That's right.
Canadian problem, this Prime Minister. Canadian solution, when will this government get out of the way so Canadians can elect a strong Conservative government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I need to point out, beyond the fact that I've mentioned earlier that carbon pricing actually works to reduce emissions, let's talk about why that's important. Because if we don't take action against climate change, every single Canadian pays with the cost of the natural disasters that come as part of it, including in provinces like the member opposite's province. We are making sure that we support Canadians, in fact, through the grocery rebate, dental benefits, child care agreements, all of those ways that we're supporting Canadians, and at the same time, we are fighting climate change.
Good job. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
TGIF
Speaker. Thank goodness it's Friday. Canadians have survived another week of unrelenting stress due to this Prime Minister's attack on their livelihood while living it up himself. Most Canadians couldn't dream of 9 days at a luxury Jamaican estate with wealthy friends. 1 in 4 say there's no way they can even afford a vacation of any kind this summer. The Liberal carbon tax will cost them up to $850 more after the rebate this year. Record numbers have turned to food banks, and for the first time, there are people diving into dumpsters that have never done that before. The Prime Minister's curtain is about to fall when he gets the hook. Will he regret not listening to Canadians then when they cancel his tax and him?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, there's no question that there's Canadians across this country that have been having a hard time with the cost of living, but let's put this into perspective. Over the course of the economic recovery from COVID-19, we've now seen more than 850,000 people who have a job today that didn't before the pandemic. But to help those people who are still struggling, we're making investments to offset the cost of groceries with a new grocery rebate. We're making investments on the issues that they raise with us as being important to make sure that they have access to a family doctor. We're making investments so they can continue to have access to good jobs. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to putting a price on pollution, we found a way to put more money in the pockets of households. The Conservatives want to take it with them so they can make it free to pollute.
The Honourable Member Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, there's been plenty of debate in this House what the impact of the carbon tax is on Canadians. However, I want to put that debate to rest once and for all. I'm going to read right from this Prime Minister's own parliamentary watchdog. Most households in provinces under the backstop will see a net loss resulting from carbon pricing. Don't believe me? He continues. Household carbon costs will exceed the rebate. End of sentence. It's clear that not only does carbon tax does not fight emissions, they've hit zero targets, I mean zero. It's also costing Canadians on average $1,500. When will they finally just axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I would point out that the exact same report from the PABO confirms that 8 out of 10 Canadian households receive more from the climate action dividend than they pay out in any fuel charge. What's fascinating, Mr. Speaker, if the Honourable Member actually considers the analysis behind the report, the only expenditure he's referring to assumes that the alternative is to not take any further action on climate change. This is par for the course when it comes to the Conservative. We've been defending this policy for 3 election cycles. If they want to triple down on a losing strategy, I invite them to remain in opposition as long as they would like.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
You want to talk about losing strategy, Mr. Speaker? Zero emission targets hit. That's zero. That's 0% victories. That's just how out of touch these are. But that's not surprising, given the fact that this is an out-of-touch government with an out-of-touch Prime Minister who gets on a plane, goes to Jamaica, takes an $81,000 free vacation from a donor to the Trudeau Foundation. And we know he won't pay that back because we know who he is. But will he maybe pay the carbon tax on the jet fuel? You see, the jet fuel alone would add a carbon tax of $13,750. Will they finally admit it's a carbon scam and axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister.
Targets when it comes to our emissions, I'd remind the Honourable Member that the target we have set is for the year 2030. I'd remind all members of this House that's 7 years from now. We're going to continue to work to hit that target as we projected that we would. But what's telling, Mr. Speaker, was the Conservatives are confronted with an analysis that they don't like to accept, they turn their guns onto the Prime Minister personally. The reality is the more that they're going to focus on him as an individual, the more we're going to focus on the Canadians who live in our communities to make sure they have access to a good job, income support for families who need it, health care for those who deserve it, and make sure that we're going to continue to advance environmental policies to protect pocketbooks and reduce emissions.
Right on.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the interim conflict of interest and ethics commissioner is stepping down in the wake of the controversy over her family ties to a Liberal minister. Let us restate that there is no reason to doubt the integrity or probity of Ms. Richard, who is making an honourable decision. However, Liberal ministers should never have put her in this untenable situation. Now, these same ministers must appoint someone else, but their repeatedly demonstrated lack of understanding of ethics makes it unwise for them to do so on their own. And I'm not available to help them. So, will they share a list of candidates with all parties and appoint based on unanimous recommendation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes the importance of the office and has made very clear indication that we are actively seeking a replacement, and the member can rest assured that it would be done in a proper form.
The Deputy de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the empty chair in the Office of the Ethics Commissioner is problematic. As long as there is no one in the office, it is impossible to investigate. But the House is currently looking into a Chinese interference scandal that may require further investigation into the role of some Liberal players. The Prime Minister himself is in the midst of a scandal about his Christmas holiday with friends who donate to the Trudeau Foundation. If the Liberals were to leave the interim commissioner position empty for much longer, it would raise questions, legitimate ones. Will they submit a list of candidates to the opposition parties on Monday? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The office does critical, important work, that being from the Conflict of Interest Office, that is, Mr. Speaker, to ensure transparency and accountability at the federal level. As I've indicated to the member, we are actively looking at a replacement, and it will be done in due course and through a proper process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
On Tuesday, I received an email from Kim in my riding about the budget. And Kim writes, I'm stretched so thin, I either pay bills or buy food because I can't afford both. Food costs are ridiculous. Gas and heating are going up. Is life better under this government? Not by a long shot. So everything that Kim buys and uses is driven up by the carbon tax. It's crushing Kim's affordability. Will this government finally do something to help Kim and the millions of Kims across Canada by cutting the carbon tax that's making life so unaffordable?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say that just this week, not only our government, but every member of this House stood up and did something for Kim and people in that situation by delivering the grocery benefit to more than 11 million Canadians who need it the most. You know, every day I stand up in this place waiting for the Conservatives to come for a plan to fight climate change. I wish that it's going to happen. They deny the fact that 8 out of 10 Canadians are actually better off with the climate incentive. They spend all of their opposition days and their questions trying to make pollution great again.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, it's astounding how they gaslight Canadians. Kim knows about the grocery rebate because Kim looked into the budget. And Kim's saying, despite the grocery rebate, I have to choose between heating my home or buying food. Yeah. The answer from this member and this arrogant, out-of-touch government is to suggest Kim's doesn't have a problem, and we shouldn't be asking the question. The audacity of these people to gaslight and diminish Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, it's despicable. Will they finally show they actually give a damn about Canadians and cut the carbon tax?
Just be judicious in our words. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, only the Conservatives would consider facts gaslighting. And the facts are youth unemployment is down 22%. 2.7 million Canadians have been lifted out of poverty under this government. We have the lowest deficit and lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. That strong balance sheet allows us to invest in making life more affordable. That allows us to invest in creating clean jobs that create a better economy for the future. Mr. Speaker, will they continue to come forward with ideas in this House which are raiding the pensions of seniors and not fighting against climate change? We're going to come with real solutions that are going to benefit Canadians.
That's right. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Tax has driven the price of food so high that even military families have to visit food banks. Now 700 soldiers are without heat or water because the Prime Minister couldn't reach a fair deal with public servants. The Prime Minister has friends who cover a $160,000 vacation at a luxury resort for a week, and he leaves our military out in the cold. Will he cancel his plans to triple the carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are, of course, at the bargaining table and are working hard to reach a fair deal. As a result of the ongoing labor action, CFB Petawawa has experienced a disruption in service from their central heating plant. Heating plant shutdowns may affect those working or living on the base in quarters typically used during the training or on temporary basis. Alternative facilities, Mr. Speaker, are being made available for those affected by this disruption. Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are out of money and this Prime Minister is out of touch.
That's right.
Currently, food bank usage is at an all-time high, mortgage and rent costs have doubled, and many can't afford to heat their homes. While 24% of Canadians say they can't afford a vacation this summer, this Prime Minister decided to jet off to Jamaica on a luxury vacation at a private villa, courtesy of a big-time Trudeau Foundation donor. Will the Prime Minister finally tell us how much he personally paid for this luxury vacation in Jamaica?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, while the opposition continues to focus on the Prime Minister, we're focused on Canadians and making sure that life is more affordable. How are we doing that? We're doing that through programs like childcare. We're doing that through programs like dental care, through an investment in health care that is going to make sure that premiers in provinces and territories have the resources they need to deliver the health outcomes that Canadians expect. And we're doing all that while having the strongest fiscal framework in the G7. That's what responsible government and good ideas look like, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unpaid caregivers in this country take care of children, aging parents, and loved ones. They do an incredible amount of unpaid labor. In the Finance Minister's mandate letter, the government has promised to provide a refundable Canada Caregiver Credit, but the Liberals failed to deliver it in the last budget. Families rely on caregivers who receive so little compensation. So why are the Liberals so quick to move mountains for their rich buddies, but not support caregivers who care for their loved ones?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Healthcare is essential, and that couldn't be more true for those who are most vulnerable, particularly seniors. A couple weeks ago, before the budget, Mr. Senior, I was able to sit down with SEIU, which is a union that supports and represents personal support care workers right across this country. And Budget 2023 invests in the wages of those workers. Mr. Speaker, some of the most vulnerable people are also taken care of by immigrants, by people who are temporary foreign workers. We've got to make sure that those people are taken care of too, and this government's on the right side of that equation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, Glencore, a Swiss multinational resource company, is trying to take over Teck Resources, one of Canada's biggest mining companies. The British Columbia Premier is urging the federal government to stop this. If this hostile takeover moves forward, thousands of Canadians could lose their jobs, and our sources of critical minerals would be at risk. And worse, Glencore has been accused of human rights abuses and has even pled guilty to bribery and market manipulation. So will the Liberals do the right thing for Canadians and block this hostile takeover?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I think as the member knows, the Investment Canada Act provides for the review of the most significant investments by non-Canadians to ensure the net benefit to the Canadian economy. And all investments, no matter their value, are subject to a national security review under the ICA. Therefore, the acquisition of a Canadian company by a foreign company would be subject to review under the ICA. As the member knows, due to the confidentiality provisions under the Act, we cannot comment further.
Honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, across Canada, people are increasingly feeling the effects of climate change. My home province of British Columbia is experiencing severe floods, droughts, and fires, all of which have taken a toll on the health of our iconic forests. In this context, planting 2 billion trees in the next decade will support the expansion of Canada's forests and the restoration of important habitats. Can the Minister of Natural Resources please update this House on how this government is supporting these efforts in British Columbia?
Order. I'm going to... Because I didn't hear half of that question, so I'm going to let the honourable member maybe back up to the question part of his question, so that he can actually ask it to the minister. The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
In this context, planting 2 billion trees in the next decade will support the expansion of Canada's forests and the restoration of important habitats. Can the Minister of Natural Resources please update this House on how this government is supporting these efforts in British Columbia this planting season?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank the member for Stevenson Richmond East for that question. This week, we kicked off the planting season by announcing an agreement with British Columbia to plant over 37 million trees. The effect is like taking almost 470,000 cars off the road. It's going to turn burnt areas into healthy forests, restore wildlife habitat and ecosystems, and I would like to wish everyone who is working in the planting fields, the scientists, the planners, the nursery workers and the recipients, the best throughout this year's planting season.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Last year, Volkswagen had the same revenue as the Government of Canada, $413 billion. Now these Liberals are providing a $14 billion subsidy from taxpayers. So my question is simple. How many jobs in the plant does $14 billion buy for this auto company that was convicted of environmental law crimes in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, my friend may not have heard that the world is facing a new future built on the green economy. President Biden reminded us in this chamber that countries who develop green economies within their borders will be the countries that will win. This is a historic investment for all Canadians. I'll point out to the member that our investment is not a subsidy. In fact, this investment is equal to the economic impact of just 5 years of operations at this new plant. The scale of this site will create thousands of direct and indirect jobs. Our government is bringing the auto sector back to St. Thomas after a plant closed under the Conservatives' watch in 2011. The area MPs and the Conservative Premier are behind this. Why isn't the member in his party?
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Perhaps the member should listen to his Minister of Finance, who on Wednesday said competing with the subsidies of the Biden Inflation Act is a race to the bottom. Liberals surely would not give away $14 billion of taxpayer money without a contract on the exact commitments of jobs in the plant. So I'll ask again, how many jobs in the plant will this $14 billion subsidy buy?
Great question. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, every day in this chamber, the government members come to work to make life more affordable for Canadians, to grow the economy, and to take action against climate change. This investment by Volkswagen and by the federal government is a game changer for the positioning of Canada as the world's green supplier of choice. It means we're well on our way. There will be thousands of jobs created in the St. Thomas area. There will be thousands of knock-on jobs created in adjacent industries. This is a win for Canada, and it's a win for the world, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
We see the interest rate increases over the course of 2022, leading to lower housing starts this year. Speaker, those are the words of a market analyst at the CMHC. Excessive Liberal borrowing and spending caused a spike in interest rates and will stall new housing construction. CMHC has also said we need to build 5.8 million homes by 2030 if we have any hope of restoring affordability. Why, then, is this costly coalition so determined to block the construction of homes Canadians so desperately need?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Many Canadians are currently dealing with the cost of housing. That's unacceptable. That's why there's good news. The federal government is showing daring leadership in order to increase housing supply and help Canadians who are facing difficulties in access to housing. We have created a fund to speed up housing construction, a $4 billion fund, and an increase of $500 to the federal housing benefit. We have also created a tax-free account to buy a first home, and I could go on, Mr. Speaker.
Well, it's pretty clear it's not working. The average rent in Toronto for a one-bedroom apartment is now over $2,500 per month. Canadians who are going to renew their mortgages this year are faced with record increases in interest costs. And now the CMHC has increased fees by up to 200% on programs builders use to finance multi-unit residential construction. If this government really wants to build more homes, why, Mr. Speaker, why do they continually make it so much more expensive?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire au ministre du Développement.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the Conservatives, we believe that every Canadian deserves to live in a safe and affordable home. That is why we created the first ever national housing strategy. That is an ambitious plan of more than $82 billion. That has already helped hundreds of thousands of Canadian families to access the housing they need. We have also introduced new measures in Budget 2023, a budget the Conservatives are voting against to double construction, support people directly, and help Canadians save for their first home. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, this morning, the UN warned that glaciers are melting at a record rate because of greenhouse gases. They said that it will take decades to put an end to this negative trend. And when it comes to glaciers melting and the increase in ocean levels, we've already lost. And at the same time, this federal government's plan to fight climate change has been demolished by 5 reports by the Environment Commissioner. When will this federal government finally take action? Instead of watching our chances to mitigate climate change melt before our very eyes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And I'd like to thank her for the opportunity to say firstly that we'd like to thank the Commissioner for the report and recommendations, which we take very seriously. This is also an opportunity for me to say that the results of our national inventory of greenhouse gases, the inventory has shown progress in our fight against climate change. In 2021, there will be 53 million fewer tons of production of these gases in our towns. That is like removing 11 million cars from Canadian roads. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the Environment Commissioner strongly dressed down the federal climate change plan. And among other things, the report mentioned the Prime Minister's famous plan to plant 2 billion trees. Currently, the government has only reached 2.3% of its objective. I'm sure you're impressed. Barely 2%, and that's if the trees even survived, because the Commissioner said that Ottawa is not following up. So let's be serious. Instead of pretending to plant trees, when will the Prime Minister actually do something real, like cutting off the flow of money to oil companies? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'd like to say that we thank the Commissioner for the reports. And many of the recommendations in the report have been implemented or are being implemented as we speak. That's what the Commissioner said himself, that he's seeing progress and the hard work that's being carried out on the recommendations. We are currently negotiating multi-year reports for planting hundreds of millions of trees over 10 years.
Marie Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 8 years, Liberals have repeatedly broken ethics laws, more than any government in Canadian history. Liberals have been found guilty of breaking the law 6 times, and the Prime Minister alone twice. Wow. So they decided to appoint the sister-in-law of a current cabinet minister who has also been found guilty of breaking an ethics law. But now that it's been caught, she's resigned, leaving the position to be filled yet again. What Liberals don't seem to get is the appearance of a conflict is in fact a conflict. Will the Prime Minister commit to appoint someone who is not a friend, a family member, or a member of the Trudeau Foundation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, I've already answered this question, and I talked about the making sure that there's going to be a replacement, and that'll happen in due time and proper process. And as the Conservatives like to focus their attention in regards to the Prime Minister, I would like to bring the attention. Today we debated the Budget Implementation Bill. An important bill to all Canadians, a bill that delivers on things such as the grocery rebate, Mr. Speaker, which is going to benefit 11 million Canadians. There's all sorts of opportunities for the opposition. They can continue to repeat the same question. My preference is to highlight some of the things that are happening in Canada.
Monsieur.
Mr. Speaker, things are finally getting back to ethically acceptable now that the acting ethics commissioner has stepped down. Appointing the sister-in-law of an influential cabinet minister as commissioner for conflict of interest, that was a flagrant lack of judgment and a sign of favoritism. Mr. Speaker, is it really too much to ask that this time they find a candidate who is not part of the extended family of friends of the Trudeau Foundation for the conflict of interest commissioner's position? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We have always supported the work of the Conflict of Interest Office, Mr. Speaker. We are actively looking at a replacement for that particular position, and it will take place. And I will, if I may, Mr. Speaker, just to focus in terms of what it is that's happening in Canada today through budgetary measures that include things such as I mentioned, the grocery rebate, the dental expansion program that's going to help people during a difficult time of inflation. We can talk about the healthcare issue and how it is the federal government's investing into future generations for healthcare services, something that we all expect of the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, out of more than 38 million Canadians, apparently only the Prime Minister's entourage was eligible to be appointed to the position of Conflict of Interests Commissioner. What's wrong with this picture, Mr. Speaker? Could we finally consider candidates who are not little friends and donors of the extended family of the Trudeau Foundation?
Mr. Speaker, again, we are actively looking for a replacement of that particular position, and it will come in due course and follow a proper process. This is a government that has consistently respected the independence of our offices, Mr. Speaker, and I would encourage members to change gears and get off the personal assassinations of characters and start focusing on the issues that are important to Canadians, such as the economy and many other things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, we learned this week that the 2027 Canada Games will be held in the city of Quebec City, which is excellent news for the Belle Province and for everyone who loves sports. For many athletes, this will be their first competition experience at a high level in a very welcoming environment. Can the Minister of Sport tell us more about the efforts made by this government in order to ensure that events like this one are a success? The Honourable Minister of Sport. I'd like to thank my colleague for Pontiac for her question, and I'd like to join my voice to hers in congratulating Quebec City, which will hold this event in 2027, 60 years after hosting the first edition. Receiving the Canada Games will be an important milestone for Quebec City and will also lead to economic benefits in the region. We will continue to work closely with our partners to offer our young athletes unique opportunities to grow and flourish in a healthy, inclusive, and safe sporting environment. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Les-Îles, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, at a time when families are going to have to pay $1,000 more for food this year while inflation is eating away at their paychecks, when mortgage payments are doubling and causing Canadians a great deal of stress, the Prime Minister thinks it's just fine to go on an opulent vacation in Jamaica. Can he at least tell us how much he paid out of his own pocket for his luxury hotel?
Secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, for 9 consecutive months, the inflation rate has been going down in Canada. On Monday, we saw inflation go down very significantly. Our government's priority has been and will continue to be the economy and the cost of living. However, the Conservatives' priorities, especially their leaders' priorities, are to attack the Prime Minister or simply continue begging Elon Musk on Twitter to denigrate our Canadian institutions like CBC Radio-Canada. This morning, we all saw that those efforts didn't pay off. Elon Musk backed down. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Les-Îles, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, 24% of Canadians say they will not be able to afford a trip this summer because of inflation. I can imagine that they are not very impressed when they see their Prime Minister vacationing in a Jamaican paradise on the taxpayers' dime. The average Canadian cannot even dream of such a luxurious vacation. This Prime Minister is so used to living on another planet that he doesn't even realize the image he's sending to Canadians. So I'll repeat my question. Will he pay for his luxury hotel from his own pocket?
Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
As the House Leader said yesterday, it's a bit somewhat hypocritical, some might suggest, when you have the Leader of the official opposition who lives in a government-supplied home, who drives in a government-supplied vehicle, who receives many different government-paid expenses, and then to be critical of other members, Mr. Speaker. I think the Conservative Party at times needs to look in the mirror or realize sometimes it's not good to throw stones in a glass house.
Yep. The Honourable Member for Regina, Wisconsin.
The mass shooting in Nova Scotia 3 years ago was a tragedy that must never be repeated. But strangely, the Mass Casualty Commission report identified the physical location of the RCMP depot in Regina as a problem and recommended that it be shut down. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP depot in Regina is a world-class police training facility fully capable of implementing any training requirements that need to be made. Mr. Speaker, will the government commit today to keep the RCMP training depot in Regina open?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we thank the Commission for their report and important recommendations that they've made. We are reviewing the Commission's recommendations and will be working closely with provinces, territories, counterparts, civil society to respond in due course. We hope that the opposition parties are also reviewing all of the recommendations, not just the one on the RCMP, that dealt with gender-based violence and assault weapons, and that we can work together to implement the recommendations to save lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has a proud tradition of welcoming some of the world's most vulnerable people. And with the challenges businesses face and the changing demographics of our rural towns, we know skilled refugees can be part of the solution too. Could the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship tell us how we're providing refugees with a new lease on life and the opportunity to help businesses in need?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for the question, but also for his advocacy over the years I've known him to support some of the world's most vulnerable. We know that when refugees or displaced people come to Canada, they arrive with a heck of a lot more than what they're carrying in their bags. These are people who have skills to contribute, to help grow our economy and give back to the communities that have given them that second lease on life. That's why we recently announced an expanded program, the EMPP, or Economic Mobility Pathways Pilot, which taps into the skills that refugees bring to Canada and is going to allow thousands to come and live in our communities and give back. Mr. Speaker, I've met these people. They're working in healthcare and high tech. We're going to continue to welcome them. It's the right thing to do, and it serves our interests at the same time.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kawatanagaski.
Mr. Speaker, ahead of the FIFA World Cup 2026 in Canada, we're calling on the Liberals to invest in soccer for kids in Indigenous and Northern communities. Now we find out the City of Toronto cooked up a sweetheart deal that will divert public funds to Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment. I know the Maple Leafs aren't used to making profits come round 2 of the playoffs, so they want to max it out. But let's be real, this is a misuse of public funds. The Liberals must be clear. In the lead up to the World Cup, will they ensure that any public funds go to the public good, like investing in soccer for our communities, so all kids can play the sport they love?
L'Honorable Ministre des Sports.
Mr. Speaker, it's a priority for our government to ensure that sports are accessible to as many people as possible. That's why we created the Community Sports for All program, which has enabled children and teens from all communities to access organized sport. Our government will continue to help Canadians to be able to access quality infrastructure and to practice organized sport. Thank you.
And that's all the time for question period today. Thanks, folks. For those of you who might be leaving today, just be safe over the weekend. We'll see you on Monday. Daily routine of business, tabling of documents, The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 6 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Tabled. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting of petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So again, I am tabling a petition on behalf of my constituents who are members of the Hazara minority ethnic community of Afghanistan. They are again reminding the Government of Canada of the ongoing genocide of the Hazaras in Afghanistan. They continue to be persecuted by the terrorist Taliban regime that has not stopped. It is an ongoing genocide, especially going back to 1998 to 2001. The massacres, arrest, forced displacement, and confiscation of Hazaras' lands is an ongoing concern for my constituents. They're calling on the Government of Canada as part of the international community and reminding them of their obligation to promote justice for the Hazara ethnic community in Afghanistan. They're calling on the Government of Canada to recognize the ongoing genocide by the Taliban and ongoing persecution by the Taliban of the Hazara ethnic minority, and they're asking for the Government of Canada to prioritize Hazara refugees as part of the 40,000 Afghan target by end of this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, this is timely, given the price of inflation in food, that I'm bringing this petition on behalf of constituents from Cumberland and Courtenay and Royston in my riding, Mr. Speaker. They cite the importance of farmers markets and how they were a key tool for COVID-19 recovery as small business incubators, domestic system and food security builders, and local economy community builders and farmers market coupon programs are a key support for new market development and support for existing markets and their provincial associations. They're calling for a national matching program for coupon programs that would assist in meeting demands for people that are lacking healthy food and food security, encourage provinces without a provincial program to create one, and support those provinces who have a provincial program to expand and meet that demand. So they're calling on the House of Commons and the Government of Canada to support my motion, M78, and initiate a national matching program for all provincial farmers market and nutrition coupon programs across Canada that would match provinces who are already contributing to their farmers market nutrition coupon programs, and encourage provinces that don't have a program to implement one by offering such a program. Thank you.
Presenting a petition, présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
I'm pleased to present this petition on behalf of the 274 signatories from the Turkish Canadian community in my riding of York Centre. Many of my constituents and their families have been deeply affected by the recent earthquake. This petition is calling on the government to take actions to help them by easing temporary resident visa application requirements that are currently in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to table a petition from so many Canadians and recognizing the heartfelt words from so many of my constituents about addressing the toxicity and the impacts it's having on the many precious lives that are being lost. We know that Canada's current drug policies have proven to be ineffective in the prevention of substance use and exacerbate substance use harms and risks. We know also from much research that decriminalization of personal possession is associated with significantly reducing drug toxicity deaths in the countries that have adopted progressive drug policy reforms. Mr. Speaker, so many have died, so many precious souls, and once they are gone, they never have that opportunity. So the constituents are asking that this government implement a health-based national strategy to provide access to a regular, safe supply of drugs and expanded trauma-informed treatment, recovery, and harm reduction services, and public education and awareness campaigns throughout Canada. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, I'm once again pleased to present a Just Transition petition on behalf of 216 Yukon constituents, calling upon the Prime Minister and the Government of Canada to enact just transition legislation that reduces emissions by at least 60% below 2005 levels and makes significant contributions to emissions reductions in countries in the Global South, winds down the fossil fuel industry and related infrastructure, ends fossil fuel subsidies, transitions to a decarbonized economy, creates new public economic institutions, and expands public ownership of services and utilities across the economy to implement the transition, creates good green jobs and drives inclusive workforce development, led by and including affected workers and communities, and ensures decent low-carbon work for all workers, protects and strengthens human rights and worker rights, and respects Indigenous rights, sovereignty and knowledge by including them in creating and implementing this legislation, ensures migrant justice, and emphasizes support for historically marginalized communities, expands the social safety net through new income supports, decarbonized public housing, and operational funding for affordable and accessible public transit countrywide, and pays for the transition by increasing taxes on the wealthiest corporations and financing through a public national bank. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petition, présentant cette pétition, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I am pleased to submit this petition signed by Canadians, which state that over 29,000 Canadians have died due to apparent opioid toxicity between January 2016 and December 2021. This petition also states that Canada's current drug policies have proven to be ineffective in the prevention of substance use and exacerbate substance use harms and risks. The war on drugs has resulted in widespread stigma towards those who use controlled substances. It further states that decriminalization of personal possession is associated with significantly reducing drug toxicity deaths in the countries that have adopted progressive drug policy reforms. The signatories to the petition call on three reforms, for three items. First, that there be reform to drug policy to decriminalize simple possession of drugs listed in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Number two, provide a path for expungement of conviction records for those convicted of simple possession. And finally, number three, with urgency, implement a health-based national strategy for providing access to a regulated, safer supply of drugs and expand trauma-informed treatment, recovery, and harm reduction services and public education and awareness campaigns throughout Canada.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1290 to 1292 and 1294. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's response to questions number 1289, 1293, and 1295 to 1301 could be made orders for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
Pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
To the motion for second reading of Bill C-47, Budget Implementation Act 2023, number 1.
Floor is free. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you. I rise to speak to the Budget Implementation Act for the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28th. This week, on Wednesday, this House unanimously passed C-46, which did two things. First, doubling the upcoming July GST credit and the unconditional transfer of $2 billion to provinces for healthcare costs. When the government tabled C-46, we, the Bloc Québécois, my colleagues and I, we wondered why the government was doing so. The GST credit will be doubled in July. Tabling it and having it swiftly passed on Wednesday will not speed that up. The same goes for healthcare funding. We all know that Ottawa underfunds healthcare. We swiftly passed the $2 billion in C-46. That's all well and good, but we, the Bloc, didn't understand why the government was doing that. We thought that perhaps they were trying to set a trap for the Conservative Party. But, Mr. Speaker, when I saw C-47, I was thrilled. We were thrilled because we understood why the government tabled C-46 on Wednesday. C-46 with $2.5 billion for the GST credit and $2 billion for healthcare funding. C-46 doubles it. So the government tabled C-46. We passed it. We said to ourselves, well, this means that it won't be in C-47 since it's in C-46, but they didn't do it. So this is a totally new way of doing things, of proceeding. In the bill, the government is giving us good news. They're signaling to us that they want to do more for healthcare. $2 billion in C-46 and another $2 billion in C-47. So it's double, apparently. And the same goes for the GST credit. We see $2.5 billion in C-46 and then another payment of $2.5 billion in C-47. So I was delighted to see these two measures, the $2 billion and the $2.5 billion in C-47. The government did not remove these two measures in the omnibus bill. So through C-47, there will be $4 billion for provinces rather than the $2 billion announced. And there will also be the grocery rebate, the GST credit, which we're calling a grocery rebate for those who are less well off. We hope that the government didn't make a mistake. We hope that the government has realized that given rampant inflation, those who are less well off deserve a second check. The government has also apparently decided to double the healthcare funding. So I don't want to assume that it's a mistake. I want to assume that the government truly wants to double these amounts, and we commend the government for this approach. This is really unusual and unforeseen, though, because the government did not release any statements. There were no announcements. When we passed C-47 and then saw C-47, we noticed that both amounts were doubled. So we're really thrilled about that, as I was saying, Mr. Speaker. Now, of course, healthcare needs are not being met. What Ottawa is doing is not enough. $2 billion is not enough. Deals with the provinces which were made do not, in fact, meet the provinces' needs. In 2015, when this government took office, they were funding 24% of healthcare needs. And now we've heard that they will continue to fund 24% of healthcare needs, which is not enough. Now, this brings me to the matter of fiscal imbalance. The government is not fulfilling its responsibilities in healthcare. It is not properly funding healthcare. Meanwhile, the government is buying itself new areas of jurisdiction. I'd like to remind you that dental care and dental insurance is a provincial jurisdiction. So, as I was saying, this is related to fiscal imbalance. Why isn't the government adequately funding healthcare systems? Meanwhile, the government is creating a new healthcare program, dental insurance. It's unacceptable, and we will continue to call upon the government to do what it should be doing for healthcare and also respect provincial jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, in 1867, Canada became a federation. That is the political system. Even though Sir John A. Macdonald wanted a legislative union led by an all-powerful Ottawa, they arrived at a compromise, a federation, with 4 equally sovereign provinces with their own areas of jurisdiction. Ottawa is currently underfunding healthcare and meddling with provincial jurisdiction, more in line with the legislative union model. In fact, this has been called predatory aggressive federalism. Now, let's talk about the dental care system. We expected to see the new dental care insurance program in the budget in C-47, but we don't. What we see in C-47 is that there won't be access to it. Directives about dental care in C-47, the bill under study today, what we see is that those who have group insurance because they're unionized will never have access to the new dental care program. This sends a clear message to unions and unionized employees. They are being told that they're excluded from this program. That's what we see regarding dental care in C-47. Mr. Speaker, this is a mammoth bill. It's over 400 pages. It would amend 59 bills, and there's also an amendment to the Income Tax Act. It deals with many sectors. Normally, the BIA is supposed to implement the budget. But in this mammoth bill, there are a lot of hidden aspects. There's one aspect that's very surprising. It isn't a budget measure. I'll tell you about it. It's the section about royal titles, Section 31. I'm going to take out the bill and read it to read you an excerpt from that, Mr. Speaker. As there are over 400 pages, please be patient with me so that I can find the section I'd like to tell you about. So, in the Budget Implementation Act, it is written, the government allows for royal proclamation under the Great Seal of Canada, which would designate the royal titles for Canada in the following manner. Charles III, by the grace of God, is designated King of Canada and its other kingdoms and territories, and leader of the Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, how does this belong in a budget? It's not the right place for it. Moreover, does this even belong in our democracy in 2023? This type of wording, this type of measure? I have my doubts. Now, of course, the Bloc Québécois doesn't support this approach, but why is this being stuffed in at the end of the BIA? It's being hidden. Now, Mr. Speaker, you often remind this House that we should never disrespect His Royal Highness by the grace of God. Well, isn't including this at the very end of the bill a lack of respect for His Royal Highness Charles III? That's what I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker. In the past, with House proceedings, I've learned that it's not through you that I can request that this section be removed. I must ask this of the government, and I do call upon the government to remove this part of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Just a moment, please. I'm just finding my way in my notes here. Now, continuing on the topic of the monarchy. Currently, Mr. Speaker, when a government makes an appointment by order or decree, which seems to be the case here, parliamentarians can call the person to appear before parliamentary committee so that the committee can verify the person's experience. So currently, when there is an appointment by government order, committee can invite the person to ask questions about their skills and experience. So, since Charles III is being designated King of the Commonwealth and Canada, its kingdoms and territories, wouldn't it be logical that we be able to invite King Charles III in committee to answer to his experience? That's my question, Mr. Speaker. So that's Section 31 on the monarchy, which, in my opinion, does not belong in the Budget Implementation Act. Now, in the budget, there are 20 important sections about implementing funding for the green economy. $80 billion over 10 years, Mr. Speaker. We were expecting to see some details about how the tax credit would work, how reimbursable refundable credits would work. Apparently, though, this is not going to be done by negotiating with those who are involved and would benefit. C-47, though, Mr. Speaker, gives us a general idea of how the government intends to manage this funding, and it's worrisome. The government, through legislative amendment, creates two institutions which will be responsible for administering the funding. So unelected officials will choose on their own which projects to support, and there are no clear criteria. Is this a good way of doing things? Is this a good idea to give billions of dollars of taxpayer money to people who are not elected, who are not accountable to anyone? Won't this be an arbitrary way of granting funding? It'll be based on how close people are and political ties, perhaps partisanship. That's what I'm wondering about. This is Parliament. We need to be accountable. We're here to represent Canadians. So when the government decides to use the resources that it collects from Canadians to reinvest these resources in the green transition, there needs to be accountability. Accountability in this House and in committee. The way C-47 goes about it, though, does not have accountability, and we're very worried about it. For years now, the Bloc has been asking the government to stop subsidizing big oil. Will these subsidies in the budget allow the government to finally stop? For example, what about all the subsidies to the nuclear industry? Is nuclear energy green energy in the current context? No, I don't think so. And what about small modular reactors? What about carbon capture? Will these really help with the green transition? These are our questions. We're not getting answers, though. In committee, I asked questions of the finance minister. I asked him how the money would be spent. It's been a while, but we haven't had any answers yet, and it's very worrisome, Mr. Speaker. Today, as you know, is Earth Day. C-47 doesn't do much for protection of the environment. In fact, the amendment of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act in the bill encourages big oil and gas companies to take their time before addressing climate change. In fact, there's funding for green provinces in money where it's collected. If no projects are proposed, the funding lapses at the end of the year. C-47 welcomes oil and gas companies to take all the time in the world. If the bill is set aside, the sums will not lapse. They will be set aside for future use. In this way, the federal government is guaranteeing oil and gas companies that even if they don't do anything to reduce GHG emissions, they will still have funding for later. And as you know, infrastructure funding is lost. Provinces lose it if they don't use the funding within a fiscal year, but oil and gas companies will not lose their funding. That's clearly a double standard. It's not fair. Do we think it's fair? I think not. I think it's very clear. Continuing on the topic of transition funding, we've heard about the $13 billion subsidy for the Volkswagen factory in Ontario. We'd like to know how many dollars this will be per job created. Now, we know that the transition is necessary, but here's what we're wondering. Why is this plant being built in Ontario? Quebec is really at the forefront of electric vehicles and batteries. We have an ecosystem in place. Why is this type of project not in Quebec? Why is Quebec not getting its fair share? The infrastructure that's being set up, the way that this is being done with Volkswagen means that there won't be any accountability. We won't be able to ask questions. It's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Something else that's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, is insurance, employment insurance. So it says that there should not be any surplus or deficit on average over 7 years. But since there was a huge deficit throughout the pandemic, there will have to be a huge surplus for this next 7 years. Next year, the government took $2 billion, which belonged to employers and employees. These are unionized workers. The same thing occurred this year, yet in the budget, it's included that the government will take another $13 billion between now and 2030. Unless the deficit is being put into the Consolidated Revenue Fund, these are billions that the government will take from EI. This makes it impossible to reform EI to make it a more inclusive system, more accessible. C-47 does nothing to prevent such a tragedy, and it's unacceptable. Since 2015, Mr. Speaker, the government has been talking about its intention to reform EI. It's necessary because 6 in 10 Canadian workers who lose their job don't have access to EI. The system's broken. Bill Morneau, at the beginning of the pandemic, said that EI wasn't what was going to help people be able to continue to pay for groceries because it wasn't working anymore. He said that they had to implement something else, so that's what led to the CERB, which also didn't work. It cost a lot more money, and we are still recovering CERB payments. We need EI reform. We need it now. But since 2015, the government's been saying, well, it's coming, it's around the corner, maybe next year. There's nothing in C-47. There's nothing to deal with pandemic deficits. So the EI system will continue to be dysfunctional. Employment insurance needs a true appeal mechanism as well. C-47 includes previous C-37 bill. We look forward to seeing the details of that because we remind the government that we need a real and effective appeal mechanism because 60% of Canadians who lose their jobs do not have access to EI. So this bill is 400 pages, Mr. Speaker. There are 39 sections, countless bills amended. The Prime Minister promised that he wouldn't give us any more omnibus bills. When we get these omnibus bills, we have really tight timelines to look through hundreds of pages of legal jargon, and it's very difficult. We have to work with analysts. It's really hard to study a bill properly, a bill of this size. In 2015, the government promised not to do this anymore, to have this kind of long bill. Here they are reoffending again. What is hiding in this bill? A few examples. Superintendents will be able to act on employment insurance for a year in April 2024. Why? Will there be another bill? We're going to have to look into that. Furthermore, the paper version we received, is it the right version? Because last year, I studied the paper version, then realized that I was missing dozens of pages. I asked the speaker, and the speaker told me that the digital version is the right one. Well, why print the paper version then, if the digital version is the right one? That's worrisome. We're also worried about regional flights. They're increasingly expensive, especially as fuel costs increase. C-47 makes flights more expensive rather than proposing solutions to make it more affordable. It will increase the tax for air travel, be it international or regional travel. The costs will go up. We don't think that's wise, of course. Now, Mr. Speaker, with all these pages, all these measures, all these bills, there's nothing for seniors and there's nothing for housing. We're in a situation where we must help seniors, especially in the current inflationary context. There's nothing for seniors, there's nothing for housing. This bill has so many flaws, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to answering questions now. Thank you. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard my honourable colleague cover a wide range of issues and topics in his speech. I did hear him ask why the Volkswagen plant that was announced today is not in Quebec, why it is in Ontario. As a member of parliament from the province of Ontario, I am quite happy that the plant is located in Ontario, but as a Canadian, I would have equally supported if the plant was located in Quebec or Alberta or any other province. I would like to know, through you, Mr. Speaker, does the member not is not aware, the decision where the plant will be located is done by the company in question after the consultation and discussions with the concerned province?
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We in the Bloc Québécois want to ensure that Quebec receives its fair share. When Ottawa decided to bail out the auto industry in 2008 with $10 billion, we said that Quebec was not getting the equivalent of that. Then, when Ottawa decided to save Muskrat Falls with $10 billion, we said that Quebec did not get the equivalent of that. When the Liberals decided to pay for a pipeline in the West with tens of billions of dollars, we said the same thing. We want to ensure that Quebec gets its fair share. Quebec is specialized in green technologies, battery production, and so on. Quebec had all the expertise to succeed in this, and that's not what happened. And what adds the insult to injury is that the minister went to announce this with great pomp and circumstance in Montreal, even though that's not where the plant will be. It's going to be in St. Thomas in Ontario, and so much the better for them. Whether there will be structural investments to grow the economy, well, we'll have to wait and see. The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his speech. There are many failures in the budget. But the issue that's the most important for my riding is affordable housing. There are $5.5 billion in the budget, but only a plan to build fewer than 200,000 homes. So what does my colleague think of these measures? The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, when we read the budget during the lockup, we said to ourselves, are we in an inflationary crisis? Are we in a housing crisis? Are we in a seniors' cost of living crisis? Or not? This budget seemed like it had been just pulled out of the void, almost as if it had been generated by ChatGPT, based on events from the past 30 or 40 years. It's completely out of context. And the same thing here with C-47. What is here for social housing? 430 pages, 59 laws affected, many, many measures. And what's there for housing? Nothing. It's unacceptable. Thank you.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank my colleague from Joliette, who I've worked with for many years now on tax fairness, trying to make sure that those that aren't paying their fair share pay their fair share. Now, I want to talk about mental health fairness for especially first responders, military veterans, and people that are first responders in our country, Mr. Speaker. I got a message from Blair Meadows, who's a veteran, a strong volunteer and committed citizen at the Qualicum Beach Legion in my riding. And he talked about the important costs associated with PTSD service dogs for military, police, and first responders, and that they need to be fully covered by the federal government, including training, maintenance, and aftercare. And as Mr. Meadows and others have pointed out, quote, these dogs are part of our medical care and well-being, and personally, my service dog saved my life, and you can't put a price on that, end quote. Mr. Speaker, these dogs save lives. And when it comes to the people that put their lives on the line for our freedom and democracy, that put the sacrifice on, the government has a duty to ensure that the costs associated with these dogs are covered. It actually saves our healthcare system money. And I know this is an issue that my good colleague from North Island, Powell River, well, it should be hopefully North Island Quithette, if she gets her way with the Electoral Boundary Commission, which she should in the future. But through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague, this wasn't in the budget. We saw the Conservatives cut a third of Veterans Affairs when they were under their watch. This government has failed to deliver the services, critical services that Blair Meadows needs and many other veterans and first responders. Does my colleague agree that this should be covered and actually saves money when it comes to our mental health care system in our country?
The Deputy de Joliette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his very heartfelt question about subjects that are indeed very important. Now, what he raised is not covered in C-47, and I'm not too familiar with the subject that was raised, although it does seem extremely important. We in the Bloc Québécois are asking Ottawa to ensure that healthcare services, including mental health care, be fully funded. Ottawa's plan to support provincial healthcare is not sufficient, and we are criticizing that. Despite what has already been voted on, for example, in C-46, there's much more to be done. Ottawa does offer direct services in some sectors to veterans in the area of healthcare, but we feel that it's not enough. And for comparable services, it costs Ottawa 2.5 times as much as Quebec. If it was up to Ottawa to provide healthcare, we wouldn't have enough money to have a public healthcare system.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member from Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He always makes very judicious speeches. I'd like to come back to the topic of EI. We will continue with a pilot project that not everyone is eligible for, and that does not meet needs. I'd like to know, in his opinion, what is it costing the government? What would it cost the government to help people in seasonal industries to avoid having the EI black hole? It's really hard to understand the lack of political will. Thank you. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for all of her work. She's put in a great deal of work on EI for her constituents. People, especially in her region and from elsewhere in Quebec and Canada, many people have to live with seasonal work. It's not the workers who are seasonal, it's the jobs that are seasonal. And we want to ensure that people can live in rural areas in all different regions and be able to work, make ends meet, and thrive. Well, currently, we have an EI system that is dysfunctional, that has not been reformed. The government has been putting off that reform since 2015. And as far as the EI black hole is concerned, the benefit period is just not enough for people with seasonal work. They can't live on that all year. Right now, there's a pilot project, but once again, there's uncertainty. Things are being pushed down the line for yet another year. Will it be enough? Is this how things are going to be done in future? This is how this government tends to do things. We are worried about what might happen to our regions. The problem has not been fixed. How much would it cost to reform EI? Well, it would be a major investment, especially with a possible recession.
Comments. L'honorable député de Louis Saint Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, earlier, my colleague, during an answer, said that in Montreal he had seen the Liberal government make an announcement about the investment for the Volkswagen plant in Ontario. And that was in Montreal. I was there. And there were a lot of people who were a bit befuddled because they were trying to figure out where St. Thomas was in Quebec, and then they realized it wasn't in Quebec. We didn't get the details for several weeks, and then finally today we saw the National Post headline. My colleague was elected at the same time as I was in 2015, at a time when this government was saying there would be a small deficit for 3 years and a balanced budget in 2019. Then that was swept under the rug. So my question for my colleague is the following. Does he think that with a debt of 1.2, or rather $1,200 billion in debt, does he really think that these constantly increasing taxes are a good thing? Does he really think that the constantly rising deficit, which is being ignored by the government, even though it claimed that it would balance the budget in 5 years, what does my colleague think of this government's management of public funds? The honourable member, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. This is very concerning. The question is whether this government manages public funds well. The answer is no. This government is not paying attention to the cost of services that it offers. Let me give some examples. Issuing a passport costs 4 times more than when Quebec issues a driver's license. managing EI costs a lot more than a similar case in Quebec. The PBO has raised the fact that there is a tax imbalance and the fact that Ottawa has more leeway. Instead of funding healthcare in the provinces, for example, this government is creating more and more programs and is overstepping. It's unacceptable. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Ça m'a fait...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this House to discuss the additions that the NDP has brought to the budget. As you know, Mr. Speaker, for years, the Liberals have been in this place. They've been doing the same thing over and over, the same thing as the former Conservative government used to do. They didn't take action to help people. And now, the NDP leader and member for Burnaby South, including the entire caucus, and the entire caucus of the NDP, including the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, have worked together to ensure that we have a different kind of budget from those we've seen in the past, budgets that don't do anything for the average Canadian, and that just help big businesses, just like the Conservatives. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, that's why in this budget and in C-47, the Budget Implementation Act, that we will be supporting, we see that finally there's been an expansion to our Medicare system with the addition of dental care for people throughout the country. That's $13 billion over 5 years. And the reality, Mr. Speaker, as you know, in all of our ridings across the country, there are a great many people, 30,000 in fact, in each of these ridings approximately, who don't have access to dental care. With the pressure of the NDP and this minority government, we have ensured that these people, these 30,000 people and families, people with disabilities, youth, seniors, we've ensured that they can all access a dental care system, a dental care plan. Mr. Speaker, I know you're very pleased to hear it. And Canadians are also very pleased to hear it. They see that the changes that the NDP brought to the budget will enable them to finally receive dental care. And it's not just that, Mr. Speaker. We also put pressure on the government for the GST rebate. That's very important. And I know that the member for Burnaby South knows this as well. We know that people are struggling right now. They need some help. The fact that for 11 million Canadian families throughout the country, the fact that they will get a doubling of the GST rebate to help pay for their groceries at a time when people are struggling, well, that will really help. The NDP is also saying that we need to change our economy and increasingly try to have a clean economy, especially when we look at the challenges posed by climate change. It's very clear that this is something that needs to change. And the NDP, once again, putting pressure in a minority situation, has put a lot of pressure for clean energy to ensure that this money is used for good, high-paid jobs, union jobs, jobs with a pension, and various perks and benefits. So when we talk about investments in clean energy, that means that it will help entire communities. Because for us, when you invest, you need to help the whole community. And that's not the case with the Liberal government and the former Harper government. But in addition, and I'll come back to the matter of what I just said later, but before that, I would just say, Mr. Speaker, that we need to change the situation in Indigenous communities throughout the country. The member for Nunavut spoke about it at length. We need to immediately bring in investments. Last year, we forced the government to make those investments. But now, with great speed, we need to build that housing. This government has a tendency to just launch programs but then not do anything afterward. It's an emergency, and the member for Nunavut has told us that many times. We need to take action to implement these programs, make these investments, and build housing as quickly as possible. What's disappointing here is that this government has closed a tax loophole that was costing a great deal of money every year. That's something the NDP has been asking for a long time. We have forced this government to do that, but as I will say later, most tax loopholes are unfortunately still there and are benefiting the ultra-wealthy. And big businesses are also benefiting from these loopholes.
Has made a difference in this budget. There is no doubt. And I just have to speak to somebody I'll call Joanne. After I was elected as a member of Parliament, she came to me. She works in the service industry, minimum wage, and her teeth were literally rotting out of her mouth. She was in tremendous pain, Mr. Speaker. And there was no programs that I could point to help her, as is the case with so many Canadians, tens of millions of Canadians across the country. And when we look as well, Mr. Speaker, the average is about 30,000 Canadians in each and every riding, right across the country. I said tens of millions. We're talking about millions, of course, Mr. Speaker, of Canadians that don't have access to basic dental care. And this constituent, one of my bosses, Joanne, simply had nowhere to turn. She was in great pain. And as we know, Mr. Speaker, so many Canadians have to go to the emergency wards across the country. The estimated cost in Ontario alone, $1 billion in Canadians going to emergency wards for dental emergencies that they can't receive treatment for. So the reality of having in place a dental care program that to children and their family, that youth, that people with disabilities, that seniors can all access within a few months' time, this is an extraordinary improvement to our healthcare system. And Mr. Speaker, Tommy Douglas always said, the healthcare system needs to cover you from the top of your head to the soles of your feet. The member from Burnaby South, the national leader of the NDP, also believes this, and that's why he has been pushing so hard for the dental care program that will be put into place. How any member of Parliament could vote against a dental care program that helps 30,000 of their constituents, I just can't understand where they're coming from, Mr. Speaker, that they would choose partisanship and ideology over the important primary role that we have as members of Parliament in this House to actually work to help the people that we represent. And so that is just one of a number of things that the NDP forced this government in a minority parliament to deliver to Canadians. We also have forced a doubling of the GST rebate, the grocery rebate, to help Canadians that are struggling to put food on the table at this difficult time, and pushed the government to actually invest in a clean energy economy that would actually create good, well-paying union jobs. The ability to organize makes a big difference, as we know, Mr. Speaker, whether we're talking about the private sector or the public sector. Workers that are organized have generally a higher return. They have better benefits and normally as well access to pensions in a way that makes a difference in their lives, but not only their lives, Mr. Speaker. The union difference actually makes a difference in communities across the country. When members of Parliament stand in this House and say, well, you know, we don't believe in unionized, organized labor, what they're doing is saying to their community they don't believe in money staying in the community. Because when you have a unionized worker that is better paid, have benefits, that has right to a pension, that means more benefits circulating in the local economy. And there are some members of Parliament in this House that would say, no, we want the money instead to go to wealthy corporations offshore. We want that money to go to high-priced consultants that will take that money offshore. New Democrats understand that you build a local economy from the ground up, and it starts with good wages. It starts with jobs that actually make a difference in the community. And those people who live in the community shop in the community. They spend in the community. That benefits everybody in the community. And that is a fundamental difference between us, Mr. Speaker, and some of the other parties that are in this House. The final point that I want to make before I start to talk about the elephant in the room, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of housing, particularly Indigenous communities. The member from Nunavut has been a strong and powerful voice in this regard, as the member from Winnipeg Centre, the member from Edmonton-Griesbach. The First Nations, Métis and Inuit in Canada have been deprived of the right to housing, the right to have that roof over their head. The government is moving far too slowly to actually provide the affordable housing that is fundamentally important for the future of our country. And so we push again and add our voices to the voices of the Member of Parliament from Nunavut and Winnipeg Centre and Edmonton-Griesbach to say we need to build that housing now. The money that was pledged last year has not rolled out. It needs to roll out now. And the money that the government is promising in a couple of years needs to be moved up, and it needs to be treated with the emergency that certainly are felt in Indigenous communities right across this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm now going to come to the elephant in the room. And that is the similarity between Liberals and Conservatives, this grand coalition of wanting to conserve what is a privilege that deprives so many Canadians of the investments that are critical for their future. The Parliamentary Budgetary Officer told us just before the COVID pandemic hit that over $30 billion a year go to overseas tax havens from profitable corporations and the ultra-rich. Now, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall that the Harper regime put that secret network in place, really ensured that as much money as possible could be taken offshore. $30 billion a year. And that was a conservative estimate, said the PBO. Now, $30 billion, that means over the last decade, $300 billion in tax monies taken offshore, put in place by the Harper regime that has been maintained by the current government. This is a coalition of the financially irresponsible that are depriving Canadians of so many things. That elephant in the room is something that needs to be dealt with. And we have Liberal governments, as Conservative governments before them, all refusing to ensure that every Canadian pay their fair share, including Canada's wealthiest corporations and Canada's richest citizens. They should pay their fair share of income tax. It's simple as that a fair share of taxes should go throughout the spectrum and ensure that every Canadian pays their fair share. And that allows us the wherewithal to fund a whole range of things that are not funded now, Mr. Speaker, whether we talk about the dental care plan that the NDP has brought forward, but there's also pharmacare that we know would save $4 billion a year to Canadians generally. I mean, the reality is pharmacare, like our universal health care system, like dental care, makes a difference not only for the individuals and the families involved in their quality of life and their bottom line, it makes a difference for Canadian businesses as well. The estimate is our universal health care system is a competitive advantage of about $3,000 per employee for a Canadian business compared to an American business that hires that same employee. Because in the United States, if they want to keep that employee, they're going to have to invest in a health care plan. In Canada, those businesses don't have to pay for the health care that is so important for their employees. Dental care is a difference of hundreds of dollars. Pharmacare is a difference of about $600 per person. So in making that investment in pharmacare is not only smart for the families that are involved and the horrific stories we hear from across the country, the Canadian Nurses Association telling us that hundreds of Canadians die every year because they don't have the wherewithal to pay for the medication that will keep them alive. I have a constituent, Mr. Speaker, family that is paying $1,000 a month in heart medication. You can't tell them that universal pharmacare wouldn't make a big difference in their lives. They're having that tough choice to make every month, whether they're going to keep a roof over their head or whether they're going to pay for their medication. And that is the case of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Canadians across the country. Universal pharmacare would make a difference. How do we ensure that the federal government can do that? Well, we have to start ensuring that we close the massive loopholes that lead to $30 billion. I repeat this figure, Mr. Speaker. I know you're shocked by it as I am. $30 billion every
We have a point of order from the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, there's clearly not quorum.
Let's do a count and get the quorum up here.
No, not even close. Call in the members. It's not even close. It's still not even close.
The table's counting.
There we go. Don't think so. And you're going to speak for the fourth time, Kevin, today?
And then I'll call it.
Fourth time, this week on the budget? None of your guys want to talk?
Let's go now. We have quorum. We have quorum. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Calgary Rocky Ridge for getting government members to hear this, because they need to hear this from Canadians, that they can't keep sending $30 billion to overseas tax havens every year. Instead, invest that money in healthcare, in education. Ensure that we have universal pharmacare. Ensure that there's access to public education. Ensure that every Canadian has that right to have a roof over their head at night, and make sure that Canadians can put food on the table and transition to a clean energy economy. Liberals can do that if they close the loopholes. $30 billion worth a year. So I thank my colleague from Calgary Rocky Ridge for telling the Liberals to come into the House here. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have a few minutes left, I believe, and I'm just looking at you for a signal. Okay, boy, I thought you were going to give me a bonus. Thank you. So I want to talk a bit about the dismal record of the Harper regime, because the member from Carleton, who's the new leader of the Conservative Party, basically seems to have a motto that elect me and I'll do even worse than Harper did. Now, Mr. Speaker, when I look at what the Harper regime did over the course of that dismal decade, they didn't in any way tackle. In fact, these overseas tax havens I talked about are largely the creation of the Harper regime. They put them into place, $30 billion worth, and now the Conservatives are saying, oh no, we don't take responsibility for that. What else did they do, Mr. Speaker? Well, they forced people, manual laborers, to work longer. They basically deprived them of their pension. They ripped apart the environmental framework of this country, there's no doubt. They ripped away as well for veterans. And this is not a laughing matter, Mr. Speaker. When a veteran who is disabled has to travel hundreds of miles to get to a veteran's office because the local offices have been closed, that is not something Conservatives should be laughing about at all, Mr. Speaker. That is what the record of the Harper government was. Dismal, appalling. They put in place many of the cuts that we've seen now devastating the healthcare sector, and we reproach, of course, the Liberals for not closing all the loopholes so that we have the money to reinvest in healthcare. They're starting to do that slowly, grudgingly, but far short of what is actually required, Mr. Speaker. So when we look at the Harper government, the Harper regime, and the member from Carleton's pretension that he'll do even worse than Stephen Harper, I think Canadians, of course, have reason to be worried. His attacks on Radio-Canada,
I have no idea why there isn't a single Conservative MP from Quebec who stood up against these attacks on Radio-Canada. CBC and Radio-Canada share institutions throughout the country to say, we'll crush CBC, but Radio-Canada will be protected. That's ridiculous because they share their resources. If you cut CBC, you're cutting Radio-Canada. There's not a single Conservative MP who stood up to say that they're against that. Not a single member from the Quebec caucus. What is the point of being elected as a Francophone MP in the Conservative caucus if you're not able to say to your leader, you're wrong, stop messing around with Radio-Canada. Stop threatening to cut Radio-Canada. And I hope there will be another voice like the member for Richmond, Arthabaska, who's understood how this extremism from the member from Carleton should be confronted. I really hope there will be at least one MP from the Conservative caucus from Quebec who will stand up.
Mr. Speaker, that's what the member from Carleton is promising. He'll do worse than Harper. He'll cut more than Harper. He'll keep all in place the privileges that billionaires get in this country, the massive transfer of wealth and tax dollars, more than $30 billion a year sent overseas rather than investing in Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, of course, you know what an NDP government will do. You've seen some signs of that with 25 members of Parliament under the leadership of the Member of Parliament from Burnaby South. What it will mean is investments in healthcare, investments in housing, investments in education, investments in our economy and transitioning to a clean energy economy, and cutting the privileges that for far too long the wealthy and Canada's most profitable corporations have enjoyed. We'll end those massive tax loopholes. We'll end the gouging that Canadians are seeing in the telecom sector, in the banking sector. We're going to make sure that investments happen at the local level, and we build a local green economy, and right across the country, we build a Canada where everybody matters and where nobody's left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts in regards to, as he has, on the issue of health care and how important it was that we achieve that agreement to ensure that we can provide ongoing support over the next decade to provincial and territorial jurisdictions. Because when I think of healthcare, I think of the core identity that Canadians hold very dear to their hearts. And having the expansion to include seniors and disabilities, and now children up to the age of 18, is one of the ways in which we can deal with the issue of inflation, along with the grocery rebate that's being proposed, and if he can provide his thoughts, as he has to a certain degree already, on those two issues and the NDP's contribution to that.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First off, it's not an NDP contribution. We forced the government to do it. You wouldn't, the government would not have done dental care without the NDP, without the member from Burnaby South and the NDP caucus pushing in a minority parliament to make sure it happened. It would not have happened, and we know this, Mr. Speaker. I want to address the issue of dental care making a difference for people. The member from Winnipeg North is absolutely right there. But would make even greater difference for people is pharmacare. Now, the government has pledged to, as a result of the NDP forcing them to put in place the infrastructure for universal public pharmacare. This is vitally important, but the government has to also come up with the resources to make that a reality. The difference for Canadians from coast to coast to coast would be absolutely enormous. And what it does, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, it actually takes pressure off the healthcare system. We have universal health care. We're sending people who can't afford to pay for their medication back to universal health care because their medication isn't being covered. What about that picture do Liberals not understand? So dental care, yes, we've forced the Liberals to do that. But we're going to be pressing equally hard on pharmacare because it is equally essential to ensure not only the quality of life for Canadians, not only a better competitive situation for our businesses, but it's just a basic question of fundamental human rights to health care in this country. It's about time Liberals listen and put that into place.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the NDP is on the public record having said that if he didn't receive a firm commitment from the Liberal government on pharmacare by December, he would end the supply arrangement that they have. So clearly there's not a single word about pharmacare in the budget. And in addition to that, the second thing they wanted, dental care, there are vague promises with no plan from a government that has shown over and over again they're incompetent to execute anything. And so will the member and his party quit supporting the government to raise the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating? Or will he end the supply agreement because this government has not kept up their end?
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I like the member. I enjoy working with her on Canadian heritage. But this is the complete emptiness of the Conservative dialogue. They have offered one single idea in the past year: buy Bitcoin. And we saw Bitcoin tank. If any Canadians had followed their advice, they'd be ruined financially. That's the only idea Conservatives have brought forward. So I want to correct the record. First off, in terms of dental care, yes, there is a plan, and it's thanks to the member from Vancouver Kingsway, the NDP health critic, that there is a plan for rollout to ensure that people with disabilities, seniors, youth in her riding, about 30,000 strong, will have access to dental care by the end of the year. Now, on pharmacare, this government has to deliver the legislation that both Liberals and Conservatives voted against 2 years ago, including the honourable member. And shame on all of them who voted against the Canada Pharmacare Act that I presented in this House. But that legislation is only a first step, and that's why our warning is to say to Liberals, if you really want to heed the quality of life for Canadians, the right to basic health care, and the competitiveness of our businesses, it's time to start ensuring that the next steps after the adoption of the universal pharmacare bill will be done to ensure that we actually put in place the financing, the criteria, so that we can roll that out in the coming years. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby for his interesting speech and all of the work that he does in this House. On Wednesday, the House unanimously passed C-46, which did two things: doubled the GST credit and then transferred $2 billion to the provinces for health. I was very surprised and pleased to see that those two measures were once again in C-47, which we're discussing today. The government didn't withdraw them from the omnibus bill, despite the adoption of C-46 earlier this week. So $4 billion rather than $2 billion for health to the provinces, and a second grocery rebate for those in need. Does the leader of the NDP, can we be told that if ever the government saw that it made a mistake and wanted to take that out of the bill, can we have the guarantee that the NDP will oppose that amendment to not cut funding to health and grocery rebates? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from my colleague. I've really appreciated working with him at the Finance Committee, and I appreciated his speech earlier as well. I'm not the leader of the NDP. I'm the House Leader of the NDP, so that's a correction to make on that. But we're always looking to make sure that benefits that Canadians count on are always there. And it's for that reason that the member for Burnaby South has pushed so hard to ensure doubling of the GST credit a few months ago and once again in this bill. Of course, we'll continue to monitor this because we want Canadians throughout the country, including in Joliette, that they have the capacity to pay for their groceries. And then for dental care, it's so important. Important in ridings like Joliette, important throughout the country. We'll continue to push to have it put in place by the end of the year. For the first time, as I mentioned in my speech, when I talked about my constituent Joanne, who had a lot of pain in her teeth, for the first time as a senior, she'll have access to dental care. That's what we've been contributing in this House, and the NDP will continue fighting for people like Joanne and millions of other people who've been forgotten by the other parties. Questions and comments?
Comments, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from New Westminster Burnaby for his excellent speech and his real championing of so many things that give Canadians a better life. And one of the things he has been championing is the Green New Deal, the idea that we have to have a transition to a cleaner future and leave no workers behind. And because of the NDP pressure on this government. We have significant funding for clean tech in this budget that is tied to good union wages so that people can have a respectable life in this new future. And I'm just wondering if he could comment on, provide further comments on that and whether this should be standard operating procedure for future government infrastructure funding.
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to thank the member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, somebody who has had a very strong voice in this House of Commons, speaking up for good jobs in the community, whether he's talking about the South Okanagan, the West Kootenay, or anywhere in Canada. He's been one of the foremost advocates of actually assuring that government investments are put to work to ensure that people have good jobs. And he's right to point out that we've learned the lesson from other jurisdictions where subsidies to green energy have tended to be soaked up by CEOs. And we certainly see this, we continue to see this with the oil and gas sector. Billions of dollars that go and are largely taken by CEOs that don't go to actually provide benefits to workers. This is the same principle that we've brought when it comes to the issue of the just transition to ensure that we can put in place all of the elements for clean energy to make sure that Canada is keeping up with the developments in the rest of the world. And those developments, those investments have to go to people who have good union jobs. That makes a difference in the community. It means more money stays in the community and helps to create indirect jobs as well.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. And I will give him a 5-minute and a couple-minute warning because I know we were starting to run out of time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first off, just to address the bloc members' concern in regards to the issue of Bill 47 versus Bill 46. The member is quite right. First, we need to recognize that it has been a priority of this government to provide inflation relief in the form of the grocery rebate, and that is the reason why it was incorporated into Bill C-46. It is also the government's priority to try to get the hundreds of millions of dollars to the provinces with respect to health care. That was also incorporated into C-46. Now, as the member points out, is also in the budget implementation bill. And the reason why it's in the budget implementation bill is because we couldn't get the agreement to get the quick passage of 46 through the House. So it's only recently where we got the agreement to get it passed through. Now, if the member follows the logic here, you will find the last time we had a budget implementation bill, how long it can take to get it through the House. So a good example of that is already today we've seen an amendment to the budget implementation bill from the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party is going to hold up the budget implementation bill. So the government, recognizing the importance of getting that grocery rebate to Canadians and to get those transfer of hundreds of millions of dollars towards health care to our provinces, to our health care system, had to come up with Bill 46 after we had the agreement that we could actually get it passed through the House. And that is the reason why. Now, I would encourage, and I know the member appreciates the explanation, I suspect that and I would even encourage the member to move the amendment so we can rectify the situation once we get into the committee stage, Mr. Speaker. If I could, I would even be the second.
Appel au règlement de l'honorable député.
Point of order. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind you and my colleagues in this House that C-46 passed all stages on Wednesday. C-47 was tabled in the House on Thursday. So it's not necessary to have any amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is interesting debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has about 6 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, and one would like to think that things can happen in a relatively quick fashion. I'd be surprised in terms of just to the degree in which we finally got the consensus to get it through the House. And again, it's in order to be able to support Canadians. I thought what I would do, Mr. Speaker, is point out something that's really obvious that
emphasizes the contrast between the government and the Prime Minister and the Conservative Party and the leader of the Conservative Party. Today we had a good news announcement. The federal government is investing in the future through Volkswagen by bringing in a mega factory, Mr. Speaker. This will likely be the largest factory in the country. It is estimated, Mr. Speaker, that we're talking about literally not dozens, but the size of hundreds of football fields. It is a gigantic factory. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that not only is the federal government at the table with this, but so is Doug Ford. Not only is he investing cash into it, he's also investing future infrastructure to support it, Mr. Speaker. And there's a reason for that. It's the idea, Mr. Speaker, that, this is an investment into workers, but it's also an investment into the future. I would like to quote something that the leader of the Conservative Party tweeted. And this is his mindset on the issue. There are no lithium mines, no lithium processing facilities, and no lithium-ion battery makers in Canada. We are, in essence, what he's saying, we are minnows compared to the US, Australia, and China. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's the mentality of the Conservative Party. They don't understand that that doesn't have to be the destination, that Canada can be a world leader, Mr. Speaker. And that is what this investment is going to do. It's so short-sighted. And again, it's not like it's all members of the conservative, in particular progressive conservatives, that would think the same way as the leader of the Conservative Party. Because you have Doug Ford on side 100%, investing also in it, Mr. Speaker. This is an opportunity for Canada to enter into that green world in a very real and tangible way. We can look in terms of seeing future lithium mines. We can look into the future of seeing a lot more area of development, Mr. Speaker. It is estimated that the federal investment, along with the provincial investments, will be returned tenfold plus within a decade, Mr. Speaker. But, the Conservatives have a tough time thinking of the future. They have a tough time realizing in terms of the benefits of an investment of this nature. Think in terms of the positive impact that is going to have directly on the automobile industry in the province of Ontario or in Canada as a whole, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday we were talking in the chamber about the aerospace industry. Members from the Bloc, myself and others, were talking about how the province of Quebec, the province of Manitoba has benefited, and how important it was and is today that we continue to support our aerospace industry, as we do. But it's also important, Mr. Speaker, to support our automobile industry and think in terms of the future and the positive impact that this is going to have, Mr. Speaker. I would hope that sometime between now and the next federal election, that the Conservatives will have a flip-flop on their position on this issue. Because the net gains far outweigh the costs, Mr. Speaker, of what is being proposed by the Prime Minister today, along with the Premier of Ontario. We need to start thinking of the bigger picture, the quality middle-class jobs, expanding in an industry that's healthy for our province, creating opportunities from coast to coast to coast, whether it's mining, parts distribution, all sorts of opportunities that are going to be there, Mr. Speaker, going forward because of this investment, working with the private sector, in particular Volkswagen, state-of-the-art, building potentially the single largest factory in Canada, Mr. Speaker. The tens of thousands of direct, let alone even multiplying factor of indirect jobs. And I'll continue, I suspect, the next time the bill comes up for debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So when the bill comes up for debate next time, the honourable member will have 12 minutes to reform his thoughts again and make the chamber as exciting as it was just a few moments ago. I believe the honourable member for North Island Powell River has a point of order.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. It has been brought to my attention that the honourable member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie inadvertently voted on Tuesday, March 21st and on Wednesday, March 22nd, and should not have done so under paragraph I of section O of the motion adopted by the House on June 23rd, 2022. I therefore ask that his votes be withdrawn from those dates. Thank you.
I thank the member for that clarification. We will make the proper adjustments to the roll. It being 1:31, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-248, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada, standing in the name of Mr. Massey.
And with 3 minutes remaining, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh has the floor. You're muted. Let's try again because I don't see him on the screen here. Oh, whoop, there we go. Okay, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to begin again by recognizing my colleague, the MP for Windsor West, for being a passionate champion of Ojibwe all these years. And I was glad to have the opportunity this past Monday to acknowledge MP Massey's 20 years of public service and his work to advance an Ojibwe National Urban Park. Our community had gathered at Ojibwe Nature Center to celebrate 4 key milestones that our federal government delivered through the work of the Amazing Parks Canada. First, we announced the completion of the transfer of Ojibwe Shores to Parks Canada to be included in an Ojibwe National Urban Park to be protected forever. Second, we announced that the creation of an Ojibwe National Urban Park has completed the first phase of the Parks Canada process and has graduated into phase 2. And third, we announced the acquisition and transfer of additional property on Tincombe Street to the City of Windsor for inclusion in an Ojibwe National Urban Park. And finally, our community announced that the province of Ontario has seen the value of an Ojibwe National Urban Park and committed to transferring 60-plus hectares of provincial lands to Ojibwe. The credit for the protection of Ojibwe shores and the advancement of Ojibwe National Urban Park rightfully rests with our community. There are countless people who have carried us here to this tremendous day and time. You have families, the Coronados, Derek and Rick, who have led efforts to protect Ojibwe for decades. Karen Cedar, Paul Pratt, and Tom Prenny, who for years poured their heart and soul into looking after Ojibwe. And I remember as a city councillor the number of times Jonathan Choquette came to fight for eco-passages and traffic calming to protect migrating wildlife. And I've recently gotten to know Professors Catherine Febria and Clint Jacobs, who opened the door to a deeper understanding of the connections of our Indigenous peoples to Ojibwe. Folks like Tom Henderson, Mike Fisher, Phil Roberts, and Bill Rozelle, who volunteer their time with the Friends of Ojibwe Prairie and Essex County Field Naturalists. People like Lynn Malash, people like Nancy Pencheson, who rolled up her sleeves and took on developers and big box stores to elevate the urgency of conservation of Ojibwe. Such courage, such vision, such togetherness. There are hundreds of stories like this in Windsor, Essex, as diverse and resilient as the plants and wildlife that call Ojibwe home. In addition to the ones I've mentioned, the Detroit River Canadian Cleanup, Little Reg, IRCA, Unifor Local 444 Environment Committee, these are the folks who will create an Ojibwe National Urban Park. These are the drivers. These are the leaders. This is the community. And that's what gives me confidence and conviction that we will have an Ojibwe National Urban Park because we are united, because we are together, and Mr. Speaker, because it is what we all want together. Thank you.
Thank the member for that intervention. But just a reminder, too, to folks that are joining us virtually to make sure we use the proper headgear. I know the member has one that was given to us at the beginning of the pandemic. Apparently, those ones aren't approved anymore. So we'll make sure we can get some headsets out to all the members as well to make sure that they can do. So, continuing debate. The honourable member for Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly an honor to stand, well, maybe to sit, but to be with you here virtually this morning. The first thing I'd like to do, Mr. Speaker, is to say, with your indulgence, happy birthday to my lovely wife, Allison. She's incredibly sweet and young, and I love her dearly, and I want to celebrate that. Number two, Mr. Speaker, so I want to say congratulations to the member for Windsor West for getting it this far. The member and I have worked tirelessly on this together. It's a fantastic example of collaboration in that working across the aisle, we can certainly get things done, things for our regions. And I know how influential he was with my private member's bill, Bill C-241. And so it's been an honor to work with him on his private member's bill, Bill C-248, which is an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada specifically. Mr. Speaker, again, as I mentioned, this has been a fantastic example of collaboration, and so from all levels of government, which is enormous. And I know that our constituents continually ask us to not always fight in the House, to sometimes try to get along and try to find common ground. And so that puts a big smile on my face on a Friday when knowing that really good, unique things can get done when we work together. So, as an example, our provincial government has come to the table. The Ontario government, the Minister of Environment has been amazing in making sure that this comes to fruition, along with MPP Andrew Dowie from Windsor-Tecumseh. He's also been very influential in the conversation and bringing those folks together. And so I really want to celebrate and say thank you to them. I've had many conversations with Mayor Dilkens, the mayor of Windsor, who is very much in support of this private member's bill, along with the mayors of LaSalle and the councillors of LaSalle. I mean, it's only a win-win-win for our community. So I say thank you to them. Our First Nations, Chief Duckworth, the Caldwell First Nations, and along with the collaboration of the Walpole Island First Nation, I want to say thank you to them as well. And then, of course, the amazing community consultations, a ton of outreach. People have literally been so vital in this conversation. And I just want to say thank you so much to that. And I'll be very prudent. I will say, Mr. Speaker, that I'm happy the Liberals changed their mind, because twice they voted against this. And so I'm not sure what changed, but I'm certainly happy that they recognized that this is going to lead to huge opportunities for tourism, for our economy, and for people's health and mental health in our regions of Essex, Windsor-Tecumseh, Windsor West, Chatham, Kent, Leamington. Mr. Speaker, I've done my due diligence. I have spent countless hours in discussion with, as I mentioned, with the mayors, with community consultations and stakeholders, and the two things that always were top of mind is, number one, make darn sure that our corridors, our arteries, Matchett Road and Malden Road, remain open, so that folks that need to get back and forth to Windsor to work in our automotive sector at our new battery plant that's coming up, there's not a big blockade that says they can't get back and forth to work early. They're putting in countless hours at these businesses, and they should not have their arteries, which is the major roads, to get back and forth from their place of residence. So I've done that due diligence, Mr. Speaker. And equally, I have spoke many times on the importance of getting Canadians active. We've been basically stuck in our homes for 3.5 years due to COVID. Now it's time to get active, get out on the trails, be it a bike trail or a hiking trail, spend time with family, with Mother Nature. Mr. Speaker, this park already has the white-tailed deer. It's got the raccoons. It's got the endangered eastern fox snake that I really hope that doesn't come across the path in front of me when I go out to to this new park, Mr. Speaker. We have the Gordie Howe International Bridge set to open up in 2025. Perhaps can just connect with this urban national park. There's going to be a walking path, a bridge, or a walking path on the bridge. So the tourism opportunities here for our region are absolutely vital. It's huge for the area, let alone the economy and what it's going to bring for our small businesses, our hotels, our restaurants, all those that are offering their services. So this is a really, really good, very well thought out private members bill. And again, I'm very happy to be supporting this. Let me also say, Mr. Speaker, this does not affect private lands. So those lands that are surrounding it today, it will have zero effect on that. This bill uses existing federal, provincial lands that are already exist. All it's doing is taking the existing green space and bringing it all together, which is enormous. Protecting the environment. So Essex, Windsor West, Windsor Tecumseh, it's a very, very small area. And we are surrounded by three bodies of water: Lake Erie, the Detroit River, and Lake St. Clair. And property is at a premium, to say the least. And when we can give opportunities for folks to get outdoors, to get active, to spend time with their families away from our television, so to speak, that I think we need to enhance that. We need to celebrate it. We have to do everything possible to ensure that we're doing our due diligence on that. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow's Earth Day. So what a fitting day to be talking about a private member's bill that's actually protecting some 800 acres in Essex that will go a long way to ensure that our feathered and furry friends are protected as well. Mr. Speaker, I'm really hoping that next Wednesday this does get, I understand, to be voted on next Wednesday. I'm really hoping that it gets passed, and I'm equally hoping that we can somehow, some way, get it to the Senate just as quickly as possible to get their support. Wouldn't it be remarkable if we can get it through the Senate and allow these folks to start to take advantage again of this urban national park? And so, Mr. Speaker, I guess the only greedy side of me says, along with Bill C-248, I also hope the Senate will talk about Bill C-241, which is my private member's bill. Maybe they can push that through at the same time. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives will be voting in favor for Bill C-248. Again, I want to celebrate and congratulate the member for Windsor West. It's been an honor to work alongside with him. This is only positive for our region, specifically for Essex, Windsor West, Windsor Tecumseh, Chatham-Kent, Leamington. It's going to enhance the lives, the mental health of people going forward. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
The continuing debate, the honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd just like to remind all members, specifically the member for Windsor Tecumseh and the MP for Essex, not to use words like our Indigenous peoples or our First Nations. Just to remind MPs that we don't belong to other people. We're not owned, so please stop using those words together. I am very pleased to represent Nunavut in supporting Bill C-248 as tabled by my colleague, the member for Windsor West. This bill will establish the Ojibwe National Urban Park, which is the traditional territory of the Three Fires Confederacy of First Nations, which includes the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi. Before I speak to my support on this bill, I send my congratulations to the amazing, courageous Nunavut Miut who have just completed the Nunavut Quest in Arctic Bay in my riding. The Nunavut Quest is a great test of strength, perseverance, and determination. The Nunavut Quest is a race of dog teams between communities. owning a dog team takes a lot of commitment and helps to protect Inuit culture. Dog teams were integral to the survival of Inuit in the harshest of conditions. Despite the government's efforts to eradicate Inuit culture and language, including the slaughter of dogs from the 1950s to the 1970s, Inuit remained steadfast in keeping Inuit culture alive. This year, the competition was a journey that took 9 dog team mushers and their support teams from Igloolik to Arctic Bay. I congratulate the organizers and racers. The racers were David Uyukuluk, Jovan Simic, Terry Uyagak, Donovan Kaunak, Jonah Kaunak, Joshua Howley, Lee Inuagak, Michael Inuagak, Jeremy Kunu, Apak Taktu, and Owen, Willie, and Christopher Piugatuk. Upigivasi, I honor you. To get back to this private member's bill from the member from Windsor West, I understand that it has taken several years and a lot of hard work to ensure that this region, which has a unique ecosystem, gains its status as a national urban park. This is a particularly important issue because this region is home to hundreds of endangered species that migrate there for their survival. Establishing the Ojibwe National Urban Park will also protect the last remaining undeveloped natural shoreline in Windsor, Detroit. I thank and quote Chief Mary Duckworth of Caldwell First Nation, who said, I quote, "Establishing Ojibwe National Urban Park not only preserves the last remaining shoreline and protects remnants of a rare ecosystem, but underscores also how important it is to have a natural presence that has been unchanged by humans within a city. This is what makes it even more unique." A great aspect of this bill is the fact that it garnered support by so many. Among those include Caldwell First Nation, City of Windsor, Friends of Ojibwe, Friends of Rouge, Wildlands League, the Audubon Society, Detroit International Wildlife Refuge, and UNIFOR. In his remarks introducing the bill, the member from Windsor West quoted Michelle Pryor, president of the National Park Association of Queensland, Australia, which is worth repeating a part of that excerpt, which I quote, "National parks are a national achievement and a cornerstone of a modern, enlightened society. Not only are national parks famous worldwide and form part of our national identity, they provide an abundance of benefits, reclaimed from the past as a legacy for the future. They are a fundamental aspect of life today." A final bit of background on the importance of passing Bill C-248 is from a publication. In 2017, the Essex County Field Naturalists and the Essex Region Conservation Authority published the Ojibwe Shores Heritage Inventory Evaluation. I encourage you all to read this comprehensive report. I learned so much and can absolutely imagine the beauty that exists in that region. The report states that volunteers collected the data and the experts verified it. I highlight this because it highlights the grassroots approach this initiative has taken and how important it is that Canada listens to the voices of the people. My colleague has done his part, and we must take their leadership and ensure that the Ojibwe National Urban Park becomes a reality. Not only has this been a grassroots initiative, I am proud to highlight that my colleague, the member for Windsor West, has taken a nonpartisan approach. He has worked with all parties even the Liberals who needed to be pushed to appreciate the great value that Bill C-248 has for all of Canada. Why is this so important? I looked up the National Parks Act to see what would happen. Adding the Ojibwe National Urban Park to the National Parks Act will provide two main outcomes. Number one, that Canadians will have education, benefit, and enjoyment of the park. And number two, that the park shall be maintained and made use of so as to leave them unimpaired for the enjoyment of future generations. My colleague, the member for Windsor West, has undertaken a major task, which normally could have been completed by the federal government. He has basically handed them a gift. When national parks are to be added, there must be a lot of work that is completed. What was the work required before tabling an amendment? 1, provide a report on a proposed park. Check. Report includes information on consultations. Check. Agreements reached with respect to establishment. Check. Finally, Bill C-248 at this stage now has been reviewed at committee, namely the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. I do hope the Liberal government joins in this collective call for the establishment of the Ojibwe National Urban Park. The park needs for the federal government to ensure the ecological integrity by its mandate established under the Canada Parks Act. The Ojibwe National Park needs for the government to help, according to the Act, to help in its, quote, maintenance or restoration of ecological integrity through the protection of natural resources and natural processes. Finally, I personally thank the member for Windsor West for asking me to speak on this important bill, Bill C-248. I thank the Three Fires Confederacy of First Nations, which includes the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and Potawatomi, for sharing in their traditional territory and working towards the protection of this important area of Canada. I hope one day to visit the Ojibwe National Urban Park.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am absolutely delighted to speak today in support of Bill C-48, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada. And I want to thank the member for Windsor West for his hard work in bringing us here. I also want to acknowledge the work of the member for Windsor-Tecumseh for his advocacy, and I was able to visit this park when I was in Windsor about 2 months ago, and I was quite impressed with the enormous efforts that have been undertaken by the community, including the Friends of the Ojibwe National Park. I suspect most of what I'm going to say, Mr. Speaker, is more of a reflection on the Rouge National Urban Park area that I'm very proud to represent. And I want to kind of frame it like this. I think on any given week, we have opposition day motions. We have question period for around 5 hours a week. We have an enormous amount of back and forth amongst all the parties that sometimes is questionable as to what we're doing here, what this place really means to us. And I can tell you, in the 7.5 years I've been here, if I were to leave this place tomorrow, or if I leave this place 5 years from now, the single most important thing that I would take away with me is the Rouge National Urban Park. And I suspect the member for Windsor West is probably in a very similar journey that I'm in. And the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is this is a monumental achievement for us locally, for those of us who represent the Rouge Park, and in this case, Ojibwe, the area around the Ojibwe National Park. It's monumental because when we look down 30, 40, 50 years from now, we are creating an enormous piece of gem protecting our wildlife, protecting our natural habitat, ensuring there's ecological integrity in the hearts of some of the most densely populated places in all of Canada, and I would say North America. And as I look at the Rouge National Park taking shape today, I often look at how we got there. And I want to pay respect to a number of people who have been instrumental. And I want to start off with Lois James, who is, as you may know, is known as the mother of the Rouge, and she unfortunately passed away several years ago. We've tried to mark her success in so many ways, but I think the absolute legacy that she left is the park itself. And I'm going to say that, starting with her and generations of activists thereafter that she inspired, we have managed to bring something very special to the Greater Toronto area. We now have 79.1 square kilometers of protected space, and amongst the most incredible wildlife protected, including the Carolinian forest. We have hundreds of endangered species and ecological and farms, for example, that really do speak to the vibrancy of the park, and the balancing act we had to do to ensure that an urban area could support a park, an established urban area could support a national park. Starting with Lois James, but we go into the 70s and 80s, Mr. Speaker, as the City of Toronto was sprawling. Scarborough, at that time, as a city of its own, was sprawling, and there was development. There's enormous pressures for development because of shortages of housing. We had activists, we had common citizens, people who are principals, who are gardeners, who are students, and I think about people like my friend Glenn de Beermaker, or Jim Robb, or Kevin O'Connor, and others who basically said enough is enough. We have the Rouge River going through, the historical Rouge River going through one of the most beautiful parts of the city. And if we put development right in the center of it, we would lose that. We would lose the ecological benefits that stem from it. And as a result, people actually stood in front of bulldozers. Like, there's stories of citizens who stood in front of bulldozers and said, enough is enough. We don't want to have development at the cost of our environment and of our land. And I think the enormous sacrifices of the individuals there, I think, led us to the park today. Like, I always say that myself and the member for Guildwood, Scarborough-Guildwood, in many ways we're here as the last leg of this long marathon, but what we did was inconsequential compared to the work of the community itself, the fights that the member for Nunavut was talking about, the enormous strides that our community made. And then I look at all the people since then, the kids, the schools, the community. There isn't a week that goes by from now to probably the fall where we're not doing a tree planting. I, for example, am doing a park, walk in the park, I call it, at the Rouge National Urban Park next Sunday. And there's tree planting, there's community cleanup tomorrow for Earth Day. There are tree planting opportunities across the Rouge Park that is done by organizations such as the Friends of the Rouge Watershed, that are undertaken by organizations such as Ontario Forestry to ensure that our area is vibrant, the park is vibrant. The unique nature of the Rouge Park also means that we have working farms. We have active farms that recognize as heritage farmers, farmers who have farmed the area for a couple of hundred years, and they have a form of tenure that allows them to continue until their demise. And we have new vibrant businesses that are taking shape, including what I'm told is a microbrewery that's coming to the park. Of course, this is all situated in traditional lands of many Indigenous nations, and including the Mississaugas of the Credit, and there's also the Huron-Wendat, who have a long history, including areas of the park where their history dates back over 10,000 years, and of course the park itself is managed with enormous guidance from the Indigenous Circle that is part of the operations of the park, and there's regular and ongoing consultations that really does allow the park to be sensitive. And one of the things that I have believed that the park should do, and I'm going to put it out there because it's something that is quite important. I've had many conversations on this, and I hope at some point it'll happen. The Rouge National Urban Park is the single largest portion of or display of the federal government within the Greater Toronto Area, and as such, I believe there is a need for more reflection on reconciliation at the park. So, for example, a need for a Truth and Reconciliation Trail that enables those who are visiting the park to be able to recognize the history, the long and painful history of Indigenous people in Canada, but particularly the region. But also, I think there is a greater need to ensure that we use the park to bring people back to nature, bring people back to what is, I think, most important, and probably the most important threat that this country and this world is facing today. And I want to also acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, the work of Parks Canada. Andrew Campbell, who's for Ontario, he is the lead for Ontario, as well as Omar McDaddy, who's the superintendent of the park. And of course, at the Minister's office, we have Joshua Swift and Kate and Jamie McDonald, who've been incredible. Janet Sumner of the Wildlands, as well as both Minister McKenna and the current Minister of Environment. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I think what the member for Windsor West is doing, I think in collaboration with this community, with many of the community members who are part of the Friends of the Ojibwe Park, is creating a legacy, not his legacy, but a legacy for all of us, for all Canadians, for future generations, where we can look back and say, this is what we did in 8 or 10 or 12 years of being here, is protect the land, make sure that there's green space, and we're building a better Canada for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my friend from Windsor West.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege and honor to rise on such a momentous occasion. And Mr. Speaker, I think about the work that my colleague from Windsor West has done to preserve such an important piece of his region, of his riding, and I can't say enough about his work in terms of bringing all people together. The establishment of the Ojibwe National Park is a accumulation of many years, if not decades, of work, Mr. Speaker, and I want to salute him, because it takes a lot of work to do even the smallest project when it comes to conservation, and to make sure that all community members, all stakeholders have been heard. But not only has he done that, Mr. Speaker, he's brought together and supported the wishes of his local city council. He's brought forward labor, the concerns from labor and the stakeholders, obviously the environmental and NGOs of the region. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, he's been working very closely with the Caldwell First Nation, the rights holders of that region. And Mr. Speaker, that's absolutely the most critical piece. As someone who has a national park reserve, Pacific Rim National Park Reserve, that was put on the Indigenous people's lands of the Tloquit, Uklulathot, Toquat, and Sashat without their permission. This is an example of the collaboration and true reconciliation that's needed, Mr. Speaker, because when you see a national park placed on the lands of the traditional landowners and the peoples of those lands without their permission, it creates resentment, Mr. Speaker. And what my colleague from Windsor West has done is he's done this in a historic and right way to move things along. He's worked with the Caldwell First Nation, and I give him huge credit, because this is what it needs to look like moving forward, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to respect and conservation and true reconciliation. I want to also thank members of the Conservative Party the Bloc, the Green Party, and the two members of the Liberal Party that got behind this bill. And I was disappointed about the delaying tactics, about the government's trying to block this very important bill and this very important achievement that my colleague's been trying to move forward. This national park, Mr. Speaker, would protect 200 of Canada's 500 endangered species. This is absolutely incredible, and it's timely that we're debating this on the eve of Earth Day tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, at a time when we know that we're seeing warming temperatures around the world, the threat of climate change, but also the loss of biodiversity. This is so important, Mr. Speaker, that we do everything we can to conserve those critical pieces. Now, he's talked about the importance of this location that's in a temperate environment, that they've got Carolina forests that are a refuge for species at risk, and that this includes trees and fauna, amphibians, and the Mississauga rattler. This is pretty wild coming from British Columbia to hear this, Mr. Speaker. But these are endangered species, and they're similar to other places in our country, and that they're fighting to protect these green spaces. And I think about green spaces in my own riding, the amount of work it took to protect Coos Coosum, which is at the estuary, and it's shared in my riding with my good colleague from North Island, Powell River, and the work that the communities put together with the Comox people, with Tim Ennis, who led a really important group through the Comox Valley Land Trust to protect that land. I think about Megan Kersons and the work she does at the Cumberland Forest Society, or Lynn Brooks at the Arrowsmith Naturalists, who are trying to save the Hamilton Marsh, or Denise Foster, who worked with the Qualicum people in Snanawas to save the estuary land in Qualicum, Mr. Speaker, and of course the Wild Pacific Trail out in Ucluelet that again work with First Nations for conservation resources. I want to go back, Mr. Speaker, to the importance of reconciliation. So the creation of the Ojibwe National Park, one thing that I really like is that it is done in collaboration with the Caldwell First Nation, and it's important because, Mr. Speaker, we see with Pacific Rim National Park Reserve promises from this government in a National Park Reserve where they're going to they promise beneficial agreements with First Nations, but they don't deliver, Mr. Speaker. So it's really important as we see this park come forward that the Caldwell people are going to be getting a beneficial agreement with the park so that they are also the operators of the park and ensuring that they get jobs and employment out of it. And I want to quote Chief Duckworth, who spoke at committee, and Chief Duckworth quoted, "We know that we need a legislative framework in order to make this national park happen, and I'm here to support the hard work that's being done and the hard work going forward." This is really excited to see this kind of important collaboration, and it's really important that I again highlight the important work of my colleague from Windsor West, and someone who myself who ran the Tofino Long Beach Chamber of Commerce in British Columbia for 5 years. We were runner-up, Mr. Speaker, for Chamber of the Year out of 130 chambers of commerce. Something I know you're not used to, because I know you always laugh that New Democrats aren't small business people, but we are. We're the engine of the working people. We work the closest with working people and workers as small business people, but we really understand the importance that chambers of commerce and business organizations, they understand how important it is to protect the environment, that we work with Indigenous peoples and reconcile the damage that's been caused by colonial laws, to work closely together so that we can walk forward together, Mr. Speaker. But of course, we know that when we protect the biodiversity and the environment, it's good for the economy, Mr. Speaker. It's good for workers. And also, as the critic for mental health and harm reduction, we know how important it is to get outside. And I was just with the Canadian Association for Physicians for the Environment just the other night, because I'm co-chair of the All-Party Environment Caucus. And we talked about the importance of getting outside and being in nature. And there's no pill that you could take better, Mr. Speaker, that would make you healthier than getting outside or getting on a bike, So what my colleague's doing is not only is he doing something that's good for tourism, good for the people in the community, good for climate action, good for protecting endangered species and biodiversity, but he's also improving the lives and the health of the people in his community. This is tremendous achievement, Mr. Speaker, and I salute him for this important work. It's so exciting to be here and an honor again to rise to talk about this. We know the Gordie Howe Bridge is going to be placed next to this area, which is going to create a lot of economic activity, but also challenges for the environment. This is an absolutely critical mitigation piece when it comes to biodiversity. And Mr. Speaker, I do know that the government has committed $2.3 billion, which is far from adequate in terms of their Nature Legacy Fund. We need to go much further. This government will spend $31 billion on the Trans Mountain Pipeline and $2.3 billion to protect biodiversity. Their priorities are completely out of order, Mr. Speaker. We need more money to support more initiatives like this. And I hope that the government, when they move forward with this legislation, will invest heavily in this national park, this incredible legacy. And Mr. Speaker, just while I have the moment, we're talking about really important environmental issues. I want to talk about one of the greatest environmentalists in my life, and it's Wayne Adams from Freedom Cove. He just passed away. His funeral is going to be on Tuesday, and sadly I'm going to be here. So I won't be able to join Catherine, Shane, or Shauna, and the many people in our communities in the Howsett people whose territory he lived on. And he lived on a floating garden, Mr. Speaker, and really a paradise and a park of its own, and that is the Park of the Ocean and our natural environment. And I salute you, Wayne. We're going to miss you so much. He was a renowned carver. People like Ken Thompson would travel to buy his art and store it. He was just such an incredible environmentalist himself. So here we are talking about the environment on the eve of Earth Day. It would be a big mistake for me not to talk about the legacy of Wayne Adams and what he taught us in Clayoquot Sound and the people in our region about how we can live differently, how we can live a much slower life and protect the environment, but the importance of biodiversity and the species and living, in nature. So I salute you, Wayne. But back to the bill. My colleague from Windsor West has been determined, tenacious. And he's demonstrated the willingness to work with everybody. And I hope that the people in his community really see the determination and effort that he's made. He was 7th in the order of precedence, Mr. Speaker, in the lottery for PMBs, and he chose this. And it shows his commitment to the people in his community, to reconciliation, to social, environmental, and economic justice. Thank you.
Thank the member for that intervention. And just to say that I think all of us have a background in chambers of commerce and provincial governments and municipal governments. So I know he was just looking at the chair and not really looking at me directly, I think. And also, if I was his whip, I'd let him stay home for the week and go to that funeral. Continuing debate. Reprise du débat. If I'm to recognize the honourable member for Windsor West, it will be for his right of reply. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise here today. I want to first thank all my colleagues that have spoken on this bill in the previous hour debate and this hour debate, and very much gratitude for them getting to know my area. And this area is of the Three Fires Confederacy of the Ojibwe, the Ottawa, and Potawatomi. And as appropriately put, this is part of reconciliation. This is a story that is very important because it does show that we can do better. And it's my part to be just thankful at the timing of what's taking place, because one of my heroes is Chief Duckworth. I want to thank Walpole Island as well, too, but Chief Duckworth from Caldwell First Nations, they were left out of the consultation for the Gordie Howe Bridge, and so we got to know each other when I invited them to come down to the community benefits where they didn't even receive any. We crashed the event together, and I wouldn't go in without them in the council, and they let them in. And that was the start, though, of a very good relationship that now is happening with Caldwell First Nations, and more needs to be done, but it's a good story, and it's also a great tribute to my past mentor, Senator Earl Schofield, who was a Métis senator, who also flew 17 missions in World War II in the bubble of a mosquito bomber. Earl Booth Schofield is what he was called, and he was one of my mentors. Want to quickly thank as well Janet Sumner and Dave Pierce from the Wildland Leagues, who have also been partners from the start. Amazing heroes of mine. City of Windsor Council, being Mayor Dilkins, Councillor McKenzie and Councillor Francis in particular. Mayor Dilkens has been instrumental in this, and I'm grateful for the work that we've done because this is including our region. So the city has actually been the forefront giving up land, and that's been important for this, and my gratitude is high to them. I want to thank Lisa Gretzky, member of Provincial Parliament, my colleague for Windsor West, who's been always wonderful to work with all the time and has been very much involved in this, and most recently MPP Andrew Dowie, and also Minister Piccini, who on the province of Ontario authorized the transfer of land that's coming up as well too. Of course, Friends of the Rouge are important. Unifor Environmental Committee with Mark Bartlett, Rick Labonte, Rick St. Denis, and all others. There's others, including David Cassidy. Huge with this. Green UMA, who have been young people involved. Friends of Ojibwe means Claire McAllister, Paul Pratt, and Mike Fisher. Save Ojibwe Community Group. Jonathan Cochette from the Wildlife Canada. John Harding, another hero of mine. He's an American who's got a Canadian part of his heart. Bill Russell, Phil Roberts, Derek Conradotto, Frank Butler, and the Citizens of Environmental Alliance. We also have the Detroit River Cleanup, Windsor-Essex Bike Community, ELF, and I think I want to again talk about some MPs here. The member for Essex has been instrumental in this, and very much important because his land that he represents is very close to this. I want to say thank him so much for this and his bill C-241. It's been fun working together, and it's hard to say fun in this place sometimes, but it does happen. And I want to thank the member for Windsor-Tecumseh for coming on board, and we will need his support in the Senate as well as the whole area and this House. And I want to thank numerous ministers that I've had discussions with, even when they were originally there was a difficulty to get the government on side. I'm glad that they are, and look forward to their vote, as well as the Conservatives, the Bloc, Green, and the two Liberals that voted for it earlier. Very important. I do want to say that there's one person who's been a custodian that sometimes gets looked over. This is Peter Barry from the Port Authority. He's a hero. He's actually a former service person from Canada's military in Bosnia. He very much is a hero. Parks Canada staff, and as well too, I can't say who's watching right now, but I think people are watching, including my partner Terry Chow, my good friend Jeff Musson, and of course my daughter and son Alex and Wade. I do want to quickly also note Mo Pierre and Melanie Ames-Petra, the lead in my office, as well as Darlene, Ia, Farah, Heather, and Myrna. And I hope I can't get through everything, but I do want to conclude soon with my last minute, Mr. Speaker, to say that we have been consulting on this in a long time, and there's so many other people I wish I had time to recognize, and please forgive me if I did not say your name. But the reality is we've done consultations for thousands of people through public meetings, interactions, and a whole number of different social events and other things that got us together to this point. And I'm looking forward to us working further together. And I'm going to read a quick poem to close things out from Marty Gervais, a historian in Windsor, who is very much part of our fabric of our history, and there's also 4 other persons that helped collaborate in the book, and this is called Pathway. And it says, I don't know where this pathway leads as I walk alone. Trees keep me company, offer shelter from wind, and there is sunlight enough to soften shadows to warm me as I continue deeper into the mystery of this Ojibwe Day. And the reason I mention that is because the day, I think tomorrow is Earth Day, and the day for this starts a new chapter, I think, with this vote on Wednesday. And I want to thank all the members that have been supportive of this process as we go forward, because it's not about us, it's about our next generation, and that's what's amazing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Hear.
The question is as follows. Mr. Massey, appuyé.
Mr. Massey, seconded by Ms. Collins Victoria, moved that Bill C-248, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada, be now read a 3rd time and do pass.
A member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, and invite him to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded division, please.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 26, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for in oral questions. It being 2:18, the House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.